Welcome to the Crow's Tavern. Tonight, we'll journey back to the time of the Norse people, exploring their villages, customs, and daily lives as we drift toward peaceful sleep together. After our story ends, you'll hear the gentle sounds of a crackling fire that will continue for hours without interruption. These soothing sounds will help guide you into a deep and restful sleep. Now let us begin our journey into the Viking world and allow the ancient tales to carry you towards slumber. The village of Ravholm, nestled against the coastline like a child against its mother's side, sheltered from the harshest winds yet embraced by the sea's bounty. The settlement had thrived for generations on this perfect stretch of land, where forest met shore, where rich soil allowed crops to grow despite the northern climate, and where deep waters brought fish aplenty to those skilled enough to catch them. Ancient pines stood watch over the village like silent guardians, their needles whispering secrets when the wind passed through them. Beyond them, snow-capped mountains rose in the far distance, their peaks often hidden in clouds, home to the greater gods and giants of Norse legend. Longhouses, with their curved wooden roofs, lined the gentle slope that led down to the harbour, where fishing boats rested after the day's work. Smoke spiraled upward from hearth fires, carrying with it the aromas of the evening meal: fish stew seasoned with wild herbs, freshly baked bread, and the sweet honey mead that warmed the villagers' hearts. Freya stood at the threshold of her family's longhouse, her honey-gold hair braided tightly against her head, a few wayward strands dancing in the evening breeze. Though only 18 winters old, she had already earned her place among the shield maidens, women who trained alongside the men in the arts of war and strategy. Yet it was not battle that occupied Freya's thoughts this evening, but something far more curious. The melody came again, floating on the evening air like scattered petals on a stream. It was faint, so faint that most villagers dismissed it as the wind playing through the cliff caves or perhaps distant whales singing their mysterious songs. But Freya knew better. The music had a pattern to it, rising and falling in ways that nature alone could not explain, and within it she sometimes thought she could hear words. Ancient words in a tongue older than the village itself. "You're hearing it again, aren't you?" The voice belonged to Leif, Freya's younger brother, who approached with a wooden cup of mead in his hand. At 15, he was lanky and quick-witted, his eyes holding the same curiosity that drove Freya, though perhaps with more caution. "It's clearer tonight," Freya replied, accepting the cup and taking a small sip. The sweet warmth of the mead spread through her chest, like it's calling to someone. "Or to something," Leif suggested, his gaze drifting toward the northern cliffs that loomed beyond the village. In the gathering dusk, there were shadowy sentinels, their jagged edges softened by the mist that had begun to roll in from the sea. The cliffs had always been a place of mystery and superstition among the people of Ravshelm. Children were warned not to wander there alone, and even the most seasoned hunters approached them with reverence. It was said that the boundary between worlds grew thin along those rocky heights, that sometimes the veil between Midgard, the realm of humans, and other worlds could be parted like a curtain of smoke. "I'm going to find what's making that sound," Freya announced, handing the half-empty cup back to her brother. Leif's eyes widened. "Now? As night approaches, Freya, you know what the elders say about the cliffs after dark." "I know what they say," Freya replied with a smile that held equal parts determination and excitement. "They say that magic flows more freely in the spaces between day and night. If I want to discover what's singing, this is the perfect time." Leif hesitated, then sighed. "Then I'm coming with you." No, Freya said, her tone softening as she saw the concern in her brother's eyes. Someone needs to cover for me if mother or father asks where I've gone. Tell them I've gone to Astrid's to help with her new child. And when they discover that's not true, by then I'll be back with a story to tell. Freya disappeared into the longhouse briefly, emerging with a small leather pouch tied to her belt and a cloak of deep blue wool around her shoulders. As an afterthought, she fastened her small hunting knife to her hip, not out of expectation of danger, but out of the ingrained habit of preparedness that all shield maidens carried. "Be careful," Leif whispered as she slipped past him. "The trolls are mostly in the mountains, not the coastal cliffs," Freya completed his thought, "and they're more mischievous than dangerous. I'll be fine." With a quick embrace, Freya set off, skirting the edge of the village to avoid curious eyes. As she moved away from the comforting glow of hearth fires and toward the darkening landscape, the melody grew ever so slightly louder, confirming her suspicions. Whatever was making that sound, it dwelled somewhere in the mist-shrouded cliffs ahead. The path to the cliffs was well-worn but grew less distinct as it wound upward from the village's outskirts. Sheep grazed here during day, watched over by young shepherds, but now the hillside was empty, the animals safely penned for the night. Freya's footsteps fell softly on the damp grass, the earth exhaling its rich scent as evening dew began to form. As she climbed higher, the melody became clearer, though no louder, as if the source was still distant, but now unobstructed by the village sounds. There was something both familiar and utterly foreign about it, like a lullaby sung in a language one has never learned yet somehow understands. It pulled at something deep within Freya's chest, a feeling both comforting and unsettling. Halfway up the cliff path, she paused to catch her breath and survey her surroundings. The village below was now a collection of dark shapes punctuated by golden points of light, reflected on the calm surface of the bay like fallen stars. Above, the first evening stars had begun to appear, though much of the sky remained veiled by the thickening mist. Ahead, the path grew steeper, winding between large boulders that had, over countless winters, tumbled from the cliff face above. It was as she rounded one such boulder that Freya first saw the glow, a faint blue-green light, similar to the phosphorescence sometimes seen in the waves on dark nights, but steadier. It pulsed gently in rhythm with the melody, which now seemed to be coming from the same direction. The light reminded Freya of stories her grandmother had told, tales of the Alf, the light elves who dwelt in the heavenly realm of Alfheim. These beautiful beings were said to be fairer than the sun to look at, with light emanating from their very essence. As children, Freya and her siblings would sometimes spot unusual glimmers in the forest or along the shoreline, and they would whisper excitedly, "The Alf are watching," before their parents would gently remind them that such magnificent beings had better things to do than observe human children at play. Yet now, as she approached the mysterious glow, Freya couldn't help but wonder if there wasn't some truth to those childhood fancies. The air itself seemed to thin and brighten around the light, as if reality was being gently pulled aside like a curtain, revealing something more luminous behind it. Heart quickening, Freya moved toward the light, picking her way carefully over the increasingly uneven ground. The cliff face loomed closer now, and the path led to a narrow ravine cut into the rock, as if a giant had taken an axe to the stone. The glow emanated from somewhere within this crevice. As she stepped between the rock walls, the sounds of the outside world, the distant crash of waves, the whisper of wind through grass, fell away, replaced by a hushed stillness and the ever clearer melody. The air was different here too, carrying a scent that reminded Freya of thunderstorms. A sharp, clean smell that made the hairs on her arms rise. The ravine opened suddenly into a small, sheltered cove, hidden from both sea and land by the towering cliffs. And there, set into the far wall, was the source of both light and music. A rune stone unlike any Freya had ever seen. Standing nearly as tall as Freya herself, the stone was dark as night, yet covered in runes that glowed with the same blue-green light she had followed. The symbols were not the everyday runes used by the village carver for names and simple messages, but older, more complex patterns that seemed to shift subtly even as she watched. And from these glowing symbols came the melody, vibrating through the stone and into the air around it. Freya approached slowly, her hand unconsciously reaching for her knife, though what protection steel might offer against such obvious magic she couldn't say. The song grew more complex as she neared, harmonies weaving through the main melody like golden threads through fabric. It was beautiful, haunting, and somehow deeply sad. A lament for something lost, or a yearning for something never found. When she stood before the stone, barely an arm's length away, Freya could feel the vibrations of its song in her bones, in the chambers of her heart. She reached out a hand, fingers trembling slightly, drawn by an impulse she couldn't name. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, little shield maiden." The voice, gravelly and amused, came from behind her. Freya whirled, knife now drawn, to find herself facing a figure seated on a boulder she was certain had been empty moments before. The sudden movement sent her heart racing, blood pounding in her ears almost as loudly as the runestone's song. The mist in the cove seemed to swirl around the newcomer, alternately concealing and revealing its unusual form. As the mist cleared slightly, Freya felt her breath catch in her throat. In all the tales her people told, in all the carved figures that adorned their longboats and doorways, she had never seen anything quite like the being that watched her now, with eyes that mirrored the runestone's glow. Freya hesitated to call the creature before her he, despite its masculine voice, was about the height of a 10-year-old child, but with the proportions and weathered face of an ancient elder. Its skin was the grey-brown of the cliffstone, creased and craggy as if carved by the same wind and water that had shaped the coastline. Bushy eyebrows of moss, green overshadowed eyes that gleamed with the same phosphorescent light as the runestone, and what might have been hair was instead a tangle of thin roots and small ferns growing from its stony scalp. A troll, not one of the giant mountain trolls of fireside tales that turn to stone in sunlight, but one of the cliff-dwelling kind, rarely seen but often blamed for missing tools, mysteriously moved stones, and the occasional ill-timed rock slide. In the village, mothers would warn their children, "Mind you return before dusk, or the cliff trolls might mistake you for a stone and build you into their dwelling." The children would laugh, but they always came home before the light faded from the sky. Yet there was nothing frightening about this creature, despite its strange appearance. If anything, there was an ancient wisdom in those glowing eyes, a patient understanding that made Freya think of her grandfather in his final years, weathered and worn by time, yet somehow more deeply connected to the world around him than anyone else she knew. "Your blade will do you little good here, human child," the troll said, its mouth spreading in what might have been a smile, revealing teeth of smooth pebbles. "Iron has its uses, but not against stone, and certainly not against song." Freya didn't lower her knife, but neither did she advance. "What is this place? What is that stone?" The troll's bushy eyebrows rose. "Such demands. No greeting, no offering, not even a polite introduction. The manners of humans certainly haven't improved since I last bothered to speak with one. It sighed dramatically, a sound like small stones rolling down a hillside. But I suppose I shouldn't expect more from a species that measures its entire existence in mere decades. My name is Freya Haraldsdottir, she replied, deciding that satisfying the creature's desire for courtesy was wiser than antagonizing it. Of the village Ravsholm. I followed the music here. Of course you did, the troll said, nodding as if this confirmed something. The stone sings louder when it senses one who might hear its true voice. Most humans pass by, hearing nothing more than what they believe to be wind or distant wails. It eyed her with new interest. You have the old blood in you, Freya Haraldsdottir. Thin, perhaps, diluted by generations, but present nonetheless. Freya's knife lowered slightly as curiosity overcame caution. Old blood, from before your people learnt to work iron and sail long ships, from when the boundaries between realms were gates rather than walls. The troll hopped down from its boulder with surprising agility. I am called Grimrar by some, though I have carried many names in the long ages I have watched this coast. Are you the one making the stones sing, Grimrar? Freya asked, finally lowering her knife completely. The troll laughed, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a stream. Make it sing? No, little maiden. The stone has sung since long before I came to dwell here. I am merely its caretaker, ensuring that curious humans like yourself don't interfere with its work. Freya turned to look at the runestone again, its glow reflecting on her face. And what work is that? It remembers, Grimmer said simply, and in remembering, it preserves. Preserves what? The troll moved to stand beside her, gazing up at the glowing runes with an expression that might have been reverence. Knowledge, stories, songs, magic, all that might otherwise be lost as your kind forgets the old ways in favor of new gods and new powers. He reached out a gnarled, stone-like hand to gesture at the shifting symbols. These are not merely runes as you know them. They are memory made solid, thought turned to stone. The songs you hear are the voices of those who carved them, echoing across the ages. Freya stared at the stone with new wonder. The melody suddenly seemed to carry weightier significance, knowing it might be the voice of an ancestor reaching across time. Can anyone understand what they're saying? What they're singing about? Few have the ears to truly hear, Grimray replied. Fewer still have the knowledge to comprehend. But understanding is not always necessary for preservation. The stone keeps its secrets until one comes who can unlock them. And has such a person ever come? Freya asked. The troll's eyes glimmered. Now and then, age to age, the old blood thins, but never quite vanishes. A new thought occurred to Freya. Do you understand the songs? Some, Grimoire admitted. I am old, but not as old as the first carvings, and I am of stone, not of the blood that first wielded such magics. He studied Freya with those luminous eyes. Why have you sought the singing stone, Freya Haraldsdottir? What drew you from the warmth of your hearth on this misty evening? It was a question Freya had asked herself as she climbed the cliff path, and still she had no clear answer. Curiosity, I suppose. The desire to know what others dismiss or ignore. Curiosity can be a virtue or a failing depending on what follows its satisfaction, the troll observed. Many have come seeking the stone's power for themselves, hoping to command its magic for wealth or dominion. And what happened to them? Freya asked. though she suspected she knew the answer. Grim's pebble teeth gleamed. The cliffs can be treacherous in the mist. Many unfortunate accidents have befallen those with greed in their hearts. A shiver passed through Freya that had nothing to do with the evening chill. I want no power from it. I only wished to understand the music that has haunted my dreams since I was a child. The troll's expression softened, insofar as a face of living stone could soften. Perhaps that is why the stone sang more clearly for you. It seeks not to be used, but to be heard. He gestured toward the runestone. Listen now, with intent. What do you hear? Freya closed her eyes, focusing all her attention on the melody that still filled the hidden cove. At first, it was as before, beautiful, haunting, incomprehensible. But as she continued to listen, certain phrases began to separate themselves from the whole, like individual voices emerging from a chorus. I hear sorrow, she said slowly, eyes still closed. Longing. Something about a journey across dark waters to a land of ice and fire. Yes, Grimmer encouraged. And a warning, Freya continued, the words forming in her mind as if translated from another language. About forgetting the old ways, the old magics. About a time when the realms will drift too far apart to reach across. You hear well for one so young and with blood so thin, the troll said, satisfaction evident in his gravelly voice. Freya opened her eyes, finding that the runes now seemed more distinct, less shifting. Is that why it sings? As a warning? In part, Grinmer replied, but also as an invitation. A reminder that the old knowledge awaits those who would seek it out. That the boundaries between realms, while thickened, are not yet impenetrable. And does anyone still seek this knowledge, still practice these old magics? The troll's expression grew thoughtful. Fewer with each passing generation. Your people look outward now, across seas to new lands, rather than inward to the realms that have always existed alongside your own. They carve runes as decoration or simple messages, forgetting the deeper patterns that once wove reality itself. There was such melancholy in the troll's voice that Freya felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. How lonely it must be, she thought, to watch the slow fading of a world you had known in its fullness. Could I learn, she asked suddenly, about the old magics, the true meaning of the runes? Grimra studied her with those luminous eyes, seeming to look through her rather than at her. Perhaps. The old blood is thin in you, but present, and more importantly, you came seeking knowledge rather than power. He gestured to the small leather pouch at her belt. What do you carry there? Surprised by the question, Freya opened the pouch and showed its contents. A small carving knife different from her hunting blade, several smooth pieces of wood, and a few rough gemstones she had collected from the beach. I carve, she explained, small things, animals, knots, simple runes for luck or protection. My father taught me. A carver, the troll mused, taking one of the completed pieces from the pouch, a small wooden fox, its features delineated with delicate precision. Yes, that would suit the stone's purpose well. The preservation of knowledge requires not just keepers, but creators. He handed the fox back to her. Return tomorrow as the sun begins its descent. Bring your carving tools and a piece of wood that has been touched by lightning, but not consumed by fire. Wood struck by lightning, Freya repeated, uncertain if such a specific item could be found. There is an ancient ash tree at the southern edge of your village lands, Grimra said. 3 summers passed. It was struck during the great storm that took 2 of your fishing boats. A large branch was scarred but remained attached to the tree. That wood will suffice. Freya nodded slowly, remembering the storm and the tree the troll described. And if I bring these things, then we shall see if your hands can learn what your ears have begun to hear, the troll replied cryptically. He gestured toward the ravine through which Freya had entered. Go now, the mist thickens and your family will worry if you are absent too long. As if to emphasize his words, the melody from the runestone changed, becoming softer, more like a lullaby than a lament. The glow of the runes dimmed slightly, as though the stone itself was preparing for sleep. Will I be able to find this place again? Freya asked, suddenly concerned that the hidden cove might somehow vanish or be concealed from her. Grim's pebble teeth gleamed in what was definitely a smile this time. The stone has tasted your presence now, Freya Herald's daughter. It will sing for you, and you alone will hear its clearest voice. He made a shooing motion with his gnarled hands. Now go, before the night creatures begin their hunt. With a mixture of reluctance and excitement, Freya turned to leave, casting one last glance at the softly glowing runestone. As she made her way back through the ravine, she could have sworn that the melody followed her, wrapping around her like a protective cloak as she descended the now dark cliff path. The mist had indeed thickened, but rather than obscuring her way, it seemed to part just enough to reveal the path before her feet, closing again behind her like a secret being kept. The journey back to the village was swift and strangely dreamlike, the melody of the stone still echoing in her mind, now interwoven with fragments of meaning that hovered just at the edge of comprehension. Ravd's home was quiet as Freya slipped between the longhouses. Most villagers already retired to their beds or sitting by their hearth fires, doors closed against the night. Only the occasional bark of a dog or murmur of conversation drifted through the mist. Freya made her way to her family's longhouse, relieved to find the main room empty save for Leif, who had clearly been waiting up for her. "You're back," he said, relief evident in his voice. "Did you find it? The source of the music?" Freya nodded, removing her cloak and hanging it near the fire to dry from the mist's dampness. "I found it, and more." She told her brother about the hidden cove and the glowing runestone, though she found herself hesitating when it came to mentioning Grimra. Speaking of the troll seemed somehow like betraying a confidence, though the creature had not sworn her to secrecy. "A magic stone that sings," Leif repeated, wonder and skepticism warring in his expression. "Freya, are you certain you didn't dream this? The mist can play tricks on the mind, especially near the cliffs." "I didn't dream it," Freya insisted, then yawned, the events of the evening suddenly catching up with her. "But speaking of dreams, I should seek my bed. And you as well." Leif looked like he wanted to ask more questions, but nodded, banking the fire for the night. Their parents and younger siblings were already asleep in the sleeping alcoves that lined the longhouse walls, soft breathing and occasional snores creating a familiar, comforting backdrop. As Freya settled onto her own bed, pulling the woolen blankets up against the night's chill, the melody of the runestone seemed to swell once more in her mind. It was gentler now, more like a mother's lullaby than an ancient lament, guiding her towards sleep with its otherworldly harmonies. The day's events played through her mind like scenes from a saga told by the village skald. The climb through the mist, the hidden cove revealing itself like a secret kept for her alone, the glowing runestone with its shifting symbols, and Grimra with his eyes of phosphorescent light and voice of rolling stones. It seemed both utterly real and completely impossible, like the stories of Odin's 8-legged horse Sleipnir or Thor's battle with the world serpent. And yet, she had the troll's instructions to follow tomorrow. Find wood touched by lightning but not consumed by fire. The specificity of the request gave it weight and substance. This was no dream, no fancy born of mist and imagination. As her thoughts drifted, Freya found herself wondering about the old blood Grimmer had mentioned. Was it possible that somewhere in her lineage, perhaps many generations back, there had been a connection to something beyond the human realm? The old stories spoke of such things, of unions between humans and gods, or humans and other beings. Her family had always claimed descent from the legendary warrior Sigurd, who had slain the dragon Fafnir and won the cursed treasure of the Nibelungs. Could there be truth in that claim? Could the dragon slayer's blood flow, however diluted, in her veins? Tomorrow, she thought drowsily, she would find the lightning-scarred ash tree and prepare for her return to the hidden cove. The ash tree held its own significance in Norse belief. Yggdrasil, the world tree that connected all 9 realms, was a mighty ash. Its branches reached into the heavens, its trunk stood in Midgard, the realm of humans, and its roots delved deep into Niflheim, the land of mist and cold. Perhaps the lightning-struck ash had been touched by Thor's hammer Mjolnir during that terrible storm, imbuing the wood with divine power. Tomorrow she would begin to unravel the mysteries of the singing stone and the old magics it preserved. What might she learn from Grimmer and the runestone? Would she discover how to hear the voices of those long past? Would she learn to carve runes that could protect her family from harm, or ensure a bountiful harvest, or guide fishing boats safely through treacherous waters? Tomorrow, she would take the first step on a path that few in her village even remembered existed, though her people still honored the old gods with blot sacred sacrifices during the changing seasons. And though they still wore Thor's hammer amulets for protection, much of the deeper knowledge had faded from daily life, replaced by practical concerns of survival and prosperity in the physical world. But for now, she would sleep, and perhaps in her dreams she would understand more of the stone's song than her waking mind could grasp. Already the boundaries between consciousness and sleep were blurring, just as the boundaries between worlds seemed to thin in the hidden cove. In that liminal space, Freya found herself more receptive to the stone's melody, catching fragments of meaning that had eluded her before. There was something about a great journey across ice and sea, about a people who carried the old knowledge with them when they fled some unnamed catastrophe. There were glimpses of a golden age when humans and other beings walked side by side, when magic flowed as freely as water, and the gods themselves might join a mortal celebration. And beneath it all, a longing so profound it brought tears to her dream self's eyes, a yearning for connection, for remembrance, for the restoration of something precious that had been lost. The melody embraced her as her eyes grew heavy, carrying her gently into dreams filled with glowing runes that danced like stars. A landscape that shifted between Ravsholm and somewhere altogether more magnificent, and the gravelly, kind voice of a troll who guarded memories older than the cliffs themselves. And as Freya slept, far above the village in a mist-shrouded cove, the runestone continued its ancient song, its glow a beacon visible only to those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. A bridge between worlds that waited patiently for the return of one with the old blood, however thin, flowing in her vein. In the morning, Freya would rise with purpose, the stone's melody a gentle constant in the back of her mind. The sun would spill through the smoke hole in the longhouse roof, illuminating dusk motes that danced in its golden beam like tiny spirits. The familiar smells of the morning would greet her, smoldering embers from the night's fire, the earthy scent of the reed-strewn floor, fresh bread being baked at the hearth. She would go about her daily chores, feeding the animals, helping her mother prepare the morning meal, repairing fishing nets, all while planning her return to the cliffs. The routine tasks would feel different somehow, as if they were merely the visible surface of a deeper current that now pulled at her. Each time she looked toward the cliffs, she would feel the runestone's song strengthen briefly, like a greeting or a reminder of its patient waiting. During her midday meal, she would slip away to find the lightning-struck ash tree at the southern boundary of the village lands. Standing tall among its undamaged kin, the ash would be immediately recognizable by the long, pale scar that ran down its trunk like a rune etched by Thor himself. One large branch, blackened but not destroyed, would hang at just the height where Freya could reach it with careful climbing. With reverence, she would cut a section of this wood, whispering thanks to the tree and to the gods for its sacrifice. She would tell no one save Leif about her discovery, instinctively understanding that such knowledge was not meant for all ears. When her father spoke of the day's successful fishing, or her mother shared gossip from the neighboring steading, Freya would listen and respond as always, yet a part of her would remain connected to the cliff, to the stone, to the new path that had opened before her. And when evening came again, she would climb the cliff path with wood touched by lightning in her hands and wonder in her heart, ready to take her place in a lineage older than her people's memory. A keeper of songs, a carver of runes, a bridge between the world she knew and the realms that lay just beyond the boundaries of ordinary sight. For now, though, she slept, the first restful sleep she had known since the stone's song had begun to call to her, no longer haunted by its mystery, but comforted by the promise of understanding to come. The melody of the singing runestone, ancient and eternal, wove through her dreams like golden thread through a tapestry, connecting past to present, earth to sky, the seen world to the unseen. Freya drifted in this web of connection, cradled by harmonies older than her people's memory of themselves. In her dreams, she saw the runestone as it had been when first carved, its surface fresh and unmarked by time, surrounded not by a hidden cove, but by a great gathering of beings, both human and other. She saw hands, some like her own, others strange and wonderful, tracing the runes as they were carved, imbuing them with meaning and purpose through song and intention. She heard voices blending in the same melody that had called her to the cliff, but fuller now, complete, with no sense of loss or longing. And she saw herself among them, not as an outsider or observer, but as a participant, her own voice joining the song, her own hands helping to shape the stone. In this dream memory, the boundaries between past and present dissolved entirely, and Freya understood that time itself was not the straight line her people imagined, but a great circle, an eternal return, where what had been would be again, where loss was merely transformation awaiting its cycle of renewal. And in that connection lay a peace as deep as the night, and as vast as the star-strewn sky above the sleeping village of Ravnashalm. The peace of belonging to something greater than herself, yet finding herself more completely within that belonging. The peace of knowing that what seemed lost was merely waiting to be found again, by those with eyes to see and ears to hear. The peace of standing at the threshold of understanding and knowing that, whatever challenges lay ahead, she would not face them alone. As the night deepened around the village, as fishing boats rocked gently in the harbour and hearth fires burned low in longhouses, as the mist continued its dance along the cliffs and the stars wheeled slowly overhead in their ancient patterns, Freya slept the deep and healing sleep of one who has found her purpose, and the runestone sang on, its melody a bridge across time and realms. a beacon for those with the old blood, however thin, who might yet remember the way home. The great hall of Jarl Halvard stood like a sentinel against the winter landscape, its high timber walls and peaked roof dusted with a layer of fresh snow that gleamed silver in the moonlight. From a distance, one might mistake the golden glow of its many windows for stars fallen to earth, each one a beacon of warmth and welcome on this crisp winter night. Smoke curled from the central smoke hole in the roof, rising straight up in the still air before dispersing among the real stars that adorned the night sky like scattered jewels upon a blanket of deepest blue. Inside, the hall was a world unto itself, a realm of warmth and light and sound that stood in defiance of the silent, frozen world beyond its walls. Great wooden pillars, each carved with intricate depictions of gods and heroes, rose from the packed earth floor to support the high ceiling. Between them, long tables stretched the length of the hall, their surfaces laden with platters of food and pitchers of drink. Torches and oil lamps blazed from brackets on the walls, their light supplemented by the massive central hearth, where a fire roared, sending its heat to every corner of the vast space, and bathing everything in a golden glow. Tapestries depicting great battles and legendary hunts hung between the pillars, their rich colors and detailed embroidery speaking to the wealth and status of Jarl Halvard. In winter they served a practical purpose as well, helping to keep the bitter cold at bay, though on this night the press of bodies and the great fire ensured that none would feel the bite of frost within these walls. The hall was filled to capacity, with warriors, farmers, craftsmen, and their families gathered to celebrate the winter night's feast, a time when the community came together to share food and drink and reaffirm their bonds as the longest nights of the year closed in around them. At the high table, set perpendicular to the others on a slightly raised platform at the far end of the hall, sat Jarl Halvard himself, a bear of a man with a thick red beard streaked with the first touches of silver. His blue eyes, bright with merriment, surveyed his hall with obvious satisfaction. Beside him sat his wife, Lady Astrid, fair and dignified in a gown of deep blue wool trimmed with fox fur, her golden hair braided elaborately and adorned with silver beads that caught the firelight. Their children were arranged around them according to age and status, 5 sons and 3 daughters, ranging from Torsten, the eldest at 20 winters, to little Ingrid, who had seen but 5 summers and was struggling to stay awake as the night wore on. The feast had been in progress for several hours already. The initial courses, salt fish, pickled vegetables, and fresh bread with butter, had given way to more substantial fare. Great haunches of venison and wild boar roasted with herbs, stewed rabbit with turnips and barley, whole salmon baked in clay, and dozens of smaller dishes that showcased the best of what remained in the storehouses as winter deepened its grip on the land. Now, as the eating slowed and the drinking increased, the atmosphere in the hall grew more boisterous. Servants moved continuously among the tables, refilling horns and cups with mead and ale. The sweet, honey-rich scent of mead mingled with the savory aromas of the feast, creating a heady perfume that seemed to intoxicate even before the first sip was taken. Conversation flowed as freely as the drink, with tales of hunting exploits, trading voyages, and farming triumphs exchanged across the tables. Laughter erupted frequently, sometimes from a small group engaged in intimate conversation, other times sweeping across the entire hall in response to a particularly bold jest or boast. It was into this scene of warmth and conviviality that Halfdan the Wanderer stepped, shaking snow from his cloak as he entered through the great doors at the far end of the hall. Though he was not expected, his arrival caused little surprise. A travelling skald was always welcome at a feast, especially one with Halfdan's reputation. Word of his presence spread quickly through the hall, and by the time he had made his way to the high table to pay his respects to the Jarl, many eyes were turned expectantly in his direction. Halfdan Skaldson. Jarl Halvard greeted him warmly, rising from his seat to clasp the newcomer's forearm in a warrior's grip. It has been too long since you graced our hall with your presence. Come, sit, eat, drink, and then perhaps you might favor us with one of your famous sagas. Halfdan bowed his head in acknowledgement, his dark eyes twinkling with good humor beneath bushy brows flecked with the same snow that dusted his thick black cloak. Though no longer young, there was a vitality to him that many men half his age might envy. His face, weathered by years of traveling in all conditions, was dominated by a strong nose and a mouth that seemed perpetually on the verge of smiling. "My thanks for your welcome, Jarl Halvard," Halfdan replied, his voice rich and resonant, the voice of a man accustomed to making himself heard in crowded halls. "It would be my honor to share a tale or two in exchange for your hospitality." A space was quickly made for him at the high table, and a platter of the best remaining food was set before him, along with a horn of mead. Halfdan ate with the measured appreciation of one who knew that such abundance could not be taken for granted on the road, particularly in winter. As he ate, he observed the gathering, taking note of faces familiar from previous visits, and those he had not seen before. Among the latter was a young man seated at a table near the door, somewhat apart from the others. His clothing, though not poor, lacked the personal touches, embroidery, tablet-woven trim, small brooches or pendants that most of the others wore. His posture was stiff, his expression guarded as he watched the revelry around him with the wary eyes of one not yet certain of his place. "A new thrall?" Halfdan inquired quietly to Lady Astrid, nodding subtly in the young man's direction. "Yes, though not for much longer," she replied. "Leif was captured in a skirmish with a neighboring Jarl's men last summer. My husband was impressed by his fighting spirit and offered him the chance to earn his freedom by serving in our household for a year and a day. His time is nearly complete." Halfdan nodded thoughtfully. It was not an uncommon arrangement. A thrall with skills or qualities that caught the eye of a Jarl might be given opportunities that others in bondage would not receive. Still, the transition from free man to thrall and back again was never an easy one, even under the most favorable circumstances. His meal finished, Halfdan accepted a fresh horn of mead and rose to his feet. A hush fell over the hall as he moved to stand before the great hearth, the firelight casting dramatic shadows across his features. From beneath his cloak he produced a small harp, its wood gleaming with the patina of years of handling. He strummed it once, the clear notes hanging in the air like crystals of ice, then twice more, establishing a rhythm that seemed to match the very heartbeat of the hall. "I have traveled far and wide since last I stood in this hall," Halfdan began, his voice modulating to take on the cadence of the formal storytelling tradition. "From the mist-shrouded isles of the west to the sun-baked shores of the southern seas, I have heard tales in many tongues, some so strange that the words themselves seem to dance upon the air like leaves in an autumn wind." His fingers continued to coax melody from the harp as he spoke, the music underscoring his words rather than competing with them. "But always, I find that the best tales are those that speak to the heart of who we are, to our courage in the face of danger, our loyalty to kin and kind, our reverence for the gods who shape our destinies." The hall was utterly silent now, every face turned toward the Skald, every ear attuned to his voice. Even the servants had paused in their duties to listen. Tonight, I would share with you the saga of Thor's journey to Utgard, where the thunder god himself was humbled by appearances that were not as they seemed. Halfdan's voice took on a rhythmic quality, rising and falling like waves upon a shore as he launched into the familiar yet ever fascinating tale. He told of how Thor, accompanied by Loki and the human servants Thialfi and Roskva, traveled to Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. How they spent a night in what they thought was a strange building with 5 chambers, only to discover in the morning that it was actually the glove of a giant, so vast that they had not even perceived his true nature. How the giant Skrymir joined them on their journey, carrying their provisions in his own enormous pack. Halfdan's voice grew hushed as he described how Thor, frustrated by his inability to open Skrymir's pack, attempted to kill the sleeping giant with his hammer Mjolnir. 3 times Thor struck, each blow powerful enough to shatter mountains, yet each time Skrymir merely stirred in his sleep, brushing at his head as if bothered by a falling leaf or acorn. The audience leaned forward as Halfdan continued the tale, describing the arrival of Thor's party at Utgard, the stronghold of the giants, where they were challenged to various contests by the giant king, Utgard Loki. How Loki lost an eating contest to one named Logi, how Thialfi was outrun by one called Hugi, and how Thor himself failed to empty a drinking horn, lift a cat, or wrestle an old woman to the ground. And then, Halfdan said, his voice dropping to a near whisper that nonetheless carried to every corner of the hall, came the moment of revelation. For as Thor and his companions prepared to depart in shame, Utgard Loki revealed the truth, that Logi was wildfire itself, which consumes not just meat but bone and trough as well. That Hugi was thawed, faster than any living being. That the drinking horn was connected to the sea, and Thor had actually lowered the ocean level with his mighty draughts. That the cat was in truth the Midgard serpent, which encircles the entire world, and that in lifting it even slightly, Thor had performed a feat of strength beyond imagining, and that the old woman was age itself, which eventually brings even the mightiest to their knees. Halfdan paused, letting the silence stretch for a moment before concluding. So even the mighty Thor was deceived by appearances, his strength and courage tested not against what he thought he faced, but against forces far greater and more fundamental to the very fabric of existence. As the final notes from his harp faded, the hall remained silent for the space of several heartbeats, then erupted in appreciative murmurs and thumps of drinking vessels against the wooden tables. Jarl Halvard himself rose to his feet, lifting his own horn in salute to the skald. "Well told, Halfdan Skaldson. You honor us with your skill," the Jarl proclaimed. "Such tales remind us that even the gods may be humbled when they do not perceive the true nature of their challenges, a lesson we mortals would do well to heed." Halfdan bowed in acknowledgement of the praise, but before he could respond further, a strange hush fell over the hall. It began near the great doors and spread inward like ripples in a pond, conversation dying away as heads turned toward the entrance. There, standing just inside the doorway, was a fox. But not an ordinary fox. This one was larger than any natural fox had right to be, its fur so white it seemed to glow with an inner light, its eyes fixed on the gathering with an intelligence that no mere animal could possess, were the deep blue of a winter sky at dusk. For a long moment, no one moved or spoke. Then the fox turned its head deliberately toward the high table, locking its gaze with Jarl Halvard's. Without breaking that contact, it took 3 measured steps forward into the hall, then stopped again. "A Filjar," someone whispered, the word passing through the hall like a sigh. Every person present knew of these spectral guardians, spirit animals that accompanied individuals, usually those of high status or great destiny, protecting and guiding them. To see another person's fylgja was rare. Usually they remained invisible to all but their human counterpart. When they did appear to others, it was almost always as a harbinger of significant events, sometimes fortunate, but more often warnings of danger or death. The white fox continued to hold Jarl Halvard's gaze for another moment, then turned and padded silently toward the north wall of the hall. When it reached the spot where a particularly elaborate tapestry hung, depicting Odin receiving wisdom from the severed head of Mimir, the fox sat on its haunches and looked pointedly back at the gathered feast-goers. Jarl Halvard rose slowly from his seat, his expression grave but composed. "It seems we have received a visitor of significance," he said, his voice carrying easily in the hushed hall. "The question is, what message does it bring, and for whom?" Lady Astrid laid a hand on her husband's arm. "The tapestry," she said quietly. "It must be significant that the fox chose to sit beneath that particular one." The Jarl nodded thoughtfully. "Wisdom from unexpected sources," he mused, referencing the scene depicted in the tapestry. "Perhaps we are being warned to look beyond the obvious, to seek counsel where we might not normally think to find it. Or perhaps," said Halfdan, who had moved to stand beside the Jarl, "like in the tale I just shared, we are being cautioned that things are not always as they appear." At the table near the door, Leif the thrall shifted uncomfortably, drawing a few glances. Unlike most of those present, who regarded the spectral fox with a mixture of awe and trepidation, his expression was one of skepticism, bordering on disdain. Jarl Halvard noticed this, and to the surprise of many, addressed him directly. "You seem troubled by our visitor, Leif. Do you have thoughts on its appearance that you would share?" Put on the spot, Leif hesitated, then spoke with careful respect but unmistakable doubt. "I mean no disrespect, Jarl Halvard, but in my father's hall, we put more faith in steel and strategy than in signs and portents. A fox in winter might simply be hungry and drawn to the warmth and food sense of the hall." There was a murmur of disapproval from some quarters at this apparent dismissal of what most viewed as a clear omen, but the Jarl raised a hand to quiet them. "A reasonable perspective," he acknowledged. "And yet, this is no ordinary fox, as I think even the most skeptical among us must admit." He gestured toward the creature, which remained sitting perfectly still, its unnatural eyes now fixed on Leif himself. As if in response to the Jarl's words, the fox stood again and took several deliberate steps toward Leif before stopping and looking back at the tapestry. Then once more at the young thrall. The message seemed unmistakable. The fox was connecting Leif specifically to whatever warning or guidance it had come to impart. "It seems you have been chosen to play a role in this mystery, Leif," Lady Astrid observed, her tone gentle but firm. "Perhaps because, as our guest has noted, you see things differently than we do. Fresh eyes often notice what familiar ones overlook." The young man's face flushed slightly, but he squared his shoulders and nodded in acknowledgement. "I am at your service, my lady. My Jarl," he said formally. Jarl Halvard stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The fox sits beneath the image of Odin, seeking wisdom from Mimir at the well of Urd," he mused aloud. "The well lies beneath one of the roots of Yggdrasil, in a place between worlds. There is a sacred spring in the forest to the north," Lady Astrid said suddenly. "The old women say it never freezes, even in the deepest winter, and that it has been a place of offering since before our grandfather's grandfather's time. The white fox, which had been watching this exchange with evident interest, now stood and moved purposefully toward the hall's main doors. There it paused, looking back at the gathered folk expectantly. "It seems we are being summoned," Jarl Halvar declared, rising to his full height. "A small party, I think. Myself, Lady Astrid, Halfdan Skalden for his wisdom, and Leif, who has been marked by the Filjar." He surveyed the hall, noting the expressions of those he had named, determination on his wife's face, thoughtful acceptance on Halfdan's, and a mixture of confusion and reluctant curiosity on Leif's. "The rest of you continue the feast," the Jarl instructed. "We shall return when we have discovered what message the spirits wish to convey." There was a brief flurry of activity as those named prepared for an excursion into the winter night. Thick cloaks were donned, boots laced tightly, and in the case of the men, weapons secured. Not out of expectation of danger from the Filjar itself, but out of the ingrained habit of preparedness that was second nature to those who lived in a world where threats might come from any quarter. Lady Astrid, practical as always, ordered a servant to pack a small basket with bread, cheese, dried meat, and a skin of mead. "We know not how long our errand might keep us," she explained, "and offerings are traditionally left at sacred springs." Within moments, the small party was assembled at the hall doors, where the white fox waited with seemingly infinite patience. When it saw that they were ready, it turned and trotted out into the night, its luminous form easily visible against the snow-covered ground. The night air struck them like a physical blow after the warmth of the hall, crisp and sharp in their lungs. Their breath formed clouds of vapor that hung briefly in the still air before dissipating. Above, the sky was a vast dome of deepest blue-black, the stars burning with the hard, bright clarity only seen on the coldest nights. The moon, nearly full, cast enough light that they could have found their way without additional illumination, but Jarl Halvard had instructed 2 of his men to accompany them, with torches, at least as far as the edge of the forest. The fox led them away from the hall, across the open ground that surrounded the settlement, a defensive measure that would give advance warning of any approaching danger, and toward the line of ancient pines that marked the beginning of the forest to the north. True to its nature, the spectral guide moved with fluid grace, never hurrying beyond the pace of its human followers, but never pausing to look back either, as if fully confident that they would follow wherever it led. As they walked, Leif found himself falling into step beside Halfdan the Wanderer. The Skald glanced at him with friendly curiosity. "You seem less than convinced by our midnight adventure," Halfdan observed, his tone conversational rather than accusatory. Leif hesitated, mindful of his status as a thrall, albeit one on the cusp of regaining his freedom, but something about the Skald's manner invited honesty. "Where I come from, the old ways are spoken of with respect, but they don't shape our daily lives as they seem to here," he admitted. "My father taught me to trust what I can see with my eyes and touch with my hands." Halfdan nodded thoughtfully, a practical approach, and one that serves well in many circumstances, he acknowledged. "And yet, is not the wind invisible until it stirs the leaves? Are not thoughts intangible until they become words or actions? There are many things that exist beyond the reach of our immediate senses." "Perhaps," Leif conceded, "but a fox that appears in a hall and leads people into a forest at night seems more likely to be a trick of the light or a jest played by someone with mischief in mind than a message from the spirit world." Halfdan's eyes twinkled with amusement. "And yet here you are, following it into the night." "At the Jarl's command," Leif pointed out. "Of course," Halfdan agreed, then added more seriously, "but consider this. Whether the fox is truly a filger or merely an unusually bold forest dweller, something unusual is occurring. Unusual occurrences are worth investigating, if only to satisfy one's curiosity about their true nature. In that sense, we lose nothing by following where it leads, and may gain much in understanding. Before Leaf could respond, they reached the edge of the forest. The white fox paused at the boundary between open ground and trees, as if marking a threshold that required acknowledgement. The torchbearers stopped as well, looking to Jarl Halvard for instruction. "Return to the hall," the Jarl told them. "The moonlight is sufficient, and our guide provides its own illumination." As the torchbearers retreated, the small party paused for a moment, looking into the forest where the moonlight created a complex pattern of light and shadow, transforming the familiar landscape into something mysterious and slightly otherworldly. The white fox waited a few paces ahead, its form seeming to gather and reflect the moonlight so that it stood out clearly against the darker background of the trees. "The old spring is not far," Lady Astrid said, drawing her cloak more snugly around her shoulders. "A short walk along the main path, then off to the right, where 3 large boulders form a kind of archway." With a slight nod of its head, as if confirming her words, the fox set off again, following exactly the route she had described. The forest path was well trodden and mostly clear of snow, sheltered as it was by the dense canopy of pine branches overhead. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft crunch of their footsteps on the occasional patch of snow or frozen ground, and the distant call of an owl somewhere deep in the woods. True to Lady Astrid's description, they soon came to a point where 3 large boulders, each taller than a man, stood in a formation that created a rough archway. The fox passed between them without hesitation, and the humans followed, feeling a subtle shift in the atmosphere as they did so. The air seemed slightly warmer on the other side, and there was a faint but distinct scent of fresh water, unusual in the dead of winter, when most streams and ponds were frozen solid. A narrow, winding path led from the stone archway through a denser section of forest. The trees here were older, their trunks massive and gnarled, their branches spreading wide to create a cathedral-like space. Despite the winter, there was a feeling of life and vitality in this place that was absent from the surrounding forest. The path opened suddenly into a small clearing, at the center of which lay a perfectly circular pool, perhaps 5 paces across. Steam rose gently from its surface, confirming Lady Astrid's assertion that it never froze. Around the pool, the ground was bare of snow, and despite the season, small hardy plants grew in a ring around the water's edge. The white fox padded directly to the pool's edge and sat facing the human visitors, its posture expectant. "The sacred spring," Lady Astrid murmured, a note of reverence in her voice. "I have not been here since I was a young girl, when the elder women brought me to make an offering before my marriage." Jarl Halvard approached the pool slowly, his expression thoughtful. "But what are we meant to see or do here?" he wondered aloud. "The fox has led us to a sacred place, but for what purpose?" As if in answer to his question, the fox stood and circled the pool once, then came to a stop at the far side. Using its muzzle, it indicated a spot on the ground just beyond the ring of vegetation surrounding the water. Leif, moved by a sudden impulse, was the first to cross to that spot. Kneeling, he brushed aside some fallen pine needles to reveal something half buried in the earth, a small object that gleamed dully in the moonlight. With careful fingers he excavated it, revealing a brooch made of some dark metal, its surface etched with runes that were worn but still legible. "What is it?" Jarl Halvard asked, coming to stand beside him. "A brooch," Leif said, rising and extending his open palm to show the object to the others. "Old, by the look of it, and bearing runes. Halfdan stepped forward to examine the brooch more closely. These are not the common runes used in everyday writing, he observed. They are older, more complex, bind runes, where multiple runic symbols are combined into a single character to create a more powerful magical effect. Can you read them? Lady Astrid asked. Halfdan frowned in concentration. Some, yes. This one combines Thurisaz, the rune of chaos and destruction, with Isa, the rune of ice and stillness. And here, Hagalaz, the hail rune that represents disruptive forces. These are not benevolent symbols. This appears to be an object of ill intent, a curse perhaps, directed against. He traced one particular symbol with a careful finger. This represents a hall or home, and beside it is the symbol that often denotes a leader or chieftain. He looked up at Jarl Halvard gravely. I believe this was meant to bring misfortune to your hall, Jarl. The brooch would have been buried here, at a place of power, to give the curse strength. There was a moment of stunned silence as the implications of this discovery sank in. Then the Jarl's expression hardened. Who would do such a thing? He demanded, though the question was clearly rhetorical. There were many who might bear him ill will, from rival Jarls to individuals who had been punished for transgressions against the community. Perhaps more importantly, Lady Astrid interjected practically, what should be done with it now that we have found it? All eyes turned to Halfdan, whose knowledge of such matters was the most extensive among them. The Skald considered for a moment, then spoke with careful precision. Such objects, imbued with harmful intent, cannot simply be destroyed. That might release and even intensify the malevolent energies bound within them. Instead, they must be neutralized and then disposed of in a way that prevents them from causing harm. And how is that accomplished? Jarl Halvard asked. There are several methods, Halfdan replied. But given that we are at a sacred spring, water purification would be most appropriate. The brooch should be immersed in the spring, while counter runes are carved or drawn to negate the harmful ones. Then it should be wrapped in birch bark, birch being a tree associated with purification and new beginnings, and buried at a crossroads, where the energies can be dispersed harmlessly in multiple directions. As they discussed this, the white fox had remained seated on the far side of the pool, watching with those uncanny, intelligent eyes. Now it stood and approached Leif directly, stopping just before him and looking pointedly at the brooch he still held. It seems our guide has its own ideas about what should be done, Lady Astrid observed. Leif, feeling slightly foolish but seeing no reason to refuse, knelt and placed the brooch on the ground before the fox. What would you have us do with it? He asked, surprising himself with a direct address to a being he had, until very recently, been skeptical even existed. The fox looked at him for a long moment, its gaze seeming to penetrate to his very core. Then, with deliberate movements, it used its paw to sketch marks in the soft earth around the brooch. Marks that, despite their crude method of creation, were clearly recognizable as runes. Halfdan knelt beside Leif to examine them. Remarkable, he breathed. These are indeed counter-runes to those on the brooch. Dagaz, the rune of breakthrough and transformation. Jera, representing harvest and cyclical change. Wunjo, harmony and prosperity. Each specifically chosen to neutralize one of the harmful runes on the brooch. He looked at the fox with new respect. You have knowledge beyond what even I possess, spirit guide. The fox inclined its head in what might have been acknowledgement, then nudged the brooch toward the pool with its muzzle. It wants us to put it in the water, Leif said, reaching for the brooch again. Wait, Halfdan cautioned. First, we should transfer the counter runes to the object itself. From a pouch at his belt, he produced a small knife, its blade no longer than his middle finger, but sharp enough to glint in the moonlight. "With your permission, Jirol Halvard?" At the Jarl's nod, Halfdan carefully scratched the counter runes that the fox had drawn onto the surface of the brooch, working around and between the existing harmful symbols. As he worked, he hummed a low, continuous note that seemed to resonate with the silence of the forest around them. "Now," he said when he had finished, "it can be placed in the water." Leif, still following what seemed to be the fox's implicit guidance, carried the brooch to the edge of the pool. As he knelt to place it in the water, he noticed that the surface was not still, as one might expect from a small forest pool, but moving in a slow, deliberate circular pattern, like a tiny whirlpool. With a sense of ritual that surprised him, given his earlier skepticism, Leif gently placed the brooch into the center of this natural vortex. Rather than sinking immediately, it seemed to hover just below the surface for several heartbeats, spinning with the water's movement. The runes, both the original harmful ones and Halfdan's newly added counter runes, began to glow faintly, the former with a sickly greenish light, the latter with a clear golden radiance. As the four humans watched in fascination, the greenish glow from the harmful runes gradually diminished, eventually extinguished completely by the golden light of the counter runes. Then that light too faded, and the brooch sank to the bottom of the pool, coming to rest among smooth, water-worn stones. There was a moment of profound silence, broken only by the sound of their breathing and the faint bubbling of the spring. Then the white fox, which had watched the entire process with evident approval, turned once more to face Leif. It held his gaze for a long moment, then deliberately bowed its head in what could only be interpreted as gratitude or respect. When it raised its head again, the fox's form seemed less substantial, the edges beginning to blur and fade. It took a few steps backward, its paws no longer leaving any impression on the soft ground, then turned and trotted toward the trees. Before it reached them, it glanced back once more at the assembled humans, then simply dissolved, like morning mist touched by the first rays of the sun, leaving no trace of its presence. "Is it gone?" Leif asked, looking around as if expecting the fox to reappear elsewhere in the clearing. "Its task is complete," Lady Astrid said softly. "It came to warn us of a hidden danger to our household, and thanks to its guidance, that danger has been averted." Jarl Halvard nodded in agreement. "And in the process it has taught us a valuable lesson, that sometimes the newest member of our community may be the one most needed at a critical moment." He turned to Leif with a warm smile. "Had we not included you in our party, as the Fylgja clearly intended, we might not have succeeded in our task." Leif looked confused. "But I did nothing special," he protested. "I merely found the brooch where the fox indicated it lay and placed it in the water as directed. Any of you could have done the same." "Perhaps," Halfdan acknowledged. "But the Fylgja chose to mark you specifically, and it was to you that it demonstrated the counter runes. There is significance in that, though its full meaning may not be immediately apparent." Lady Astrid, ever practical, gestured to the basket she had brought. "We should leave an offering of thanks, both for the Fylgja's guidance and for the spring's role in neutralizing the curse." From the basket she took the bread, cheese and dried meat, arranging them on a flat stone at the edge of the pool. The mead she poured in a slow, deliberate stream directly into the water, murmuring words of gratitude as she did so. The others bowed their heads in respect for this small ritual, each adding their own silent thanks to her spoken ones. With their task complete and their obligation to the spirits fulfilled, the small party began the journey back to the hall, retracing their steps through the ancient forest. The night seemed different somehow, the cold less biting, the shadows less ominous. Perhaps it was simply the satisfaction of having successfully completed an important task, or perhaps something of the sacred spring's magic lingered with them. But all four felt a sense of well-being that transcended the physical discomfort of a winter night excursion. As they walked, Halfdan fell into step beside Leif once more. "You seem thoughtful," the Skald observed. Leif smiled ruefully. "I am reconsidering many of my assumptions," he admitted. "When I was first brought to Jarl Halvard's household as a thrall, I thought I understood the world and my place in it. Tonight has shown me how limited that understanding was." Halfdan nodded approvingly. "The wisest among us are those who remain open to new knowledge, even, perhaps especially, when it challenges what we believe we know." He glanced sideways at the younger man. "The Fylgur's interest in you suggests you may have a significant role to play in events yet to come. It might be worth considering what that role might be and how best to prepare for it." Before Leif could respond, they emerged from the forest to see the Jarl's hall in the distance, its windows still glowing with welcoming light. The sound of music and laughter carried faintly on the still night air, a reminder that life and celebration continued, even as they had faced and overcome a potential threat. As they approached the hall, its massive doors swung open to reveal the warmth and light within. The feasting had continued in their absence, though many curious glances were directed their way as they entered. The music, which had been lively a moment before, faltered briefly as the musicians noted their return, then resumed with renewed vigor, as if celebrating their safe homecoming. Jarl Halvar strode directly to the central hearth, where the fire still blazed merrily, warming the entire hall. He raised his hands for silence, and gradually the music faded. The conversations quieted, and all eyes turned expectantly toward him. "Friends and kinfolk," the Jarl began, his deep voice carrying easily to every corner of the hall. "We were honored this night by a visit from the other world, a Fylgir in the form of a white fox, which guided us to discover and neutralize a threat against our community." A murmur of surprise and concern rippled through the gathered folk. The Jarl raised a hand to quiet them once more. "There is no need for alarm. The danger has been averted thanks to the wisdom of our guest, Halfdan Skaldson." Here he nodded toward the Skald, who bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "The insights of my lady wife," a gesture to Lady Astrid, who stood tall and dignified beside him, "and the direct involvement of Leif, whose role was specifically marked by the Fylgir itself." All eyes turned to Leif, who stood somewhat uncomfortably at the edge of the gathering. He had expected to slip back to his customary place at the far table, not to be singled out for attention, but the Jarl was not finished. "This event has confirmed for me a decision I had already been considering," Jarl Halvard continued. "Leif has served in our household this past year with diligence and honor, earning the respect of all who have worked alongside him. His term of service was to end at the winter solstice, restoring his freedom. But now I would offer him more than simply his freedom. I would offer him a place among my herd, my personal guard and counsel." A chorus of approving nods and murmurs followed this announcement. Membership in a Jarl's herd was a position of honor, typically reserved for free men of proven skill and loyalty. For a former thrall to be elevated directly to such a position was unusual, but not unheard of, especially not one who had been shown special favor by the spirits. "What say you, Leif?" the Jarl asked, turning to face the young man directly. "Will you accept this place in my household, not as a servant but as a free man, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails?" For a moment, Leif seemed at a loss for words, Then he straightened, squared his shoulders, and gave his answer in a clear, steady voice. I accept with gratitude, Jarl Halvar. I will serve you and this community with all my strength and skill for as long as I am able. Then let it be witnessed by all present, the Jarl declared. From this night forward, Leif is a free man and a member of my head, with all the honor and duty that accompanies that position. A cheer rose from the gathered folk, along with the rhythmic pounding of drinking vessels on tables that was the traditional way to show approval. Servants hurried to fill everyone's cups and horns anew for a toast to commemorate the occasion. As the initial excitement subsided, Halfdan stepped forward, his harp once again in his hands. If I may, Jarl Halvard, he said, it seems fitting to mark this night of omens and new beginnings with a song. Not a saga of the gods or heroes of old, but something more immediate, a song of our own time and place. At the Jarl's nod of assent, Halfdan strummed his harp, establishing a melody that was both solemn and uplifting. Then he began to sing, his rich voice weaving the events of the night into verse, even as they were still fresh in everyone's minds. He sang of the white fox appearing like a star descended to earth, of its purposeful guidance to the sacred spring, of the discovery of the cursed brooch and its neutralization through the combined efforts of all present. He sang of the significance of such events, not simply the averting of a specific danger, but the reminder that the world contained more mystery and meaning than the eye could see or the hand could touch. And he concluded with a verse about Leif's elevation, casting it as a recognition, by both humans and spirits, of inequalities that transcended circumstance and status. When the song ended, there was a moment of appreciative silence, then another round of cheers and table pounding. The atmosphere in the hall, already festive before their midnight adventure, now took on an additional layer of celebration and meaning. The feast, which might have been winding down in their absence, found new life as the night's events were discussed, and Halfdan's newly composed song was requested again and again. Halfdan's Sapo est a colonio. Lady Astrid arranged for Leif to be moved from his former place near the door to a seat at one of the central tables, where he was quickly drawn into conversation by curious folk eager to hear his perspective on the night's adventure. Though initially reserved, he gradually relaxed as he realized that his new status was being accepted without question by those around him. From his place at the high table, Jarl Halvard watched the proceedings with satisfaction. The winter night's feast had already been a success before the appearance of the Filga. Now it had become an event that would be remembered and recounted for years to come. More importantly, potential harm to his household and community had been averted, and a valuable new member had been added to his inner circle of trusted advisors and protectors. Beside him, Lady Astrid followed his gaze to where Leif sat, now engaged in animated conversation with several of the younger members of the herd. You had already decided to offer him a place among your men, hadn't you? She asked quietly. Even before tonight's events. The Jarl nodded. I had. I've watched him these past months, noted how quickly he learns, how thoroughly he applies himself to any task given him, how he carries himself with dignity despite his status as a thrall. Such qualities are valuable in any man, but especially in one who serves in close proximity to a leader. He smiled slightly, but I will not pretend that the Filger's evident interest in him didn't confirm my judgment. The spirits see things that we mortals sometimes miss. Indeed, Lady Astrid agreed, her gaze shifting to Halfdan, who was once again entertaining a group of listeners with a tale, his expressive hands punctuating his words. It is good to be reminded occasionally that the world is deeper and more complex than our daily concerns allow us to perceive. As the night deepened toward morning, the feast continued with undiminished enthusiasm. The great fire in the central hearth was replenished regularly, keeping the hall warm despite the winter cold that pressed against its walls. More food was brought from the storerooms, more barrels of ale were tapped, and the musicians played until their fingers ached with the effort, then played some more. Outside, the stars wheeled slowly across the sky, their ancient light casting a gentle silver glow over the snow-covered landscape. The sacred spring in the forest continued its timeless bubbling, its waters now cleansed of the malevolent influence that had briefly tainted them. And somewhere in the spaces between the seen and unseen worlds, a white fox with eyes like twilight returned to the mysterious realm from which it had come, its purpose fulfilled, its message delivered and heeded. Inside the hall, surrounded by the warmth and light of human fellowship, 4 individuals bound together by an unusual experience found themselves occasionally catching each other's eye across the crowded room, sharing a silent acknowledgement of something profound and transformative. They had glimpsed for a brief moment the hidden currents that flowed beneath the surface of ordinary reality, and though they would return to their daily lives when the feast ended and the new day began, that glimpse had changed them in ways both subtle and significant. For Jarl Halvard, it was a reminder that true leadership involved more than the management of resources and people. It required an openness to guidance from unexpected sources and a willingness to adapt to changing circumstances. For Lady Astrid, it was a renewal of her connection to the spiritual practices that had shaped her childhood and early womanhood. Practices sometimes overshadowed by the practical demands of overseeing a large household, but no less important for their occasional neglect. For Halfdan, it was yet another story to add to his vast collection, but one with personal significance. A tale in which he had played an active role, rather than simply being the vessel through which others' stories were transmitted. And for Leif, it was nothing less than a complete transformation of his understanding of the world and his place in it. In the space of a single night, he had moved from skepticism to belief, from servitude to freedom, from outsider to valued member of a community. The path ahead of him held possibilities he could not have imagined when he rose that morning, and while such rapid change might have been disorienting, there was an underlying sense of rightness to it, as if he had finally found himself aligned with forces and patterns larger than himself. As the first hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, visible through the smoke hole in the hall's roof, the feast finally began to wind down. Some of the older folk and those with young children had already retired to their sleeping quarters within the hall, or returned to their own homes in the surrounding settlement. Others, particularly the younger warriors and their companions, showed no signs of ending their celebration anytime soon. Jarl Halvard, after conferring briefly with Lady Astrid, rose from his seat at the high table and once again called for attention. "The winter night's feast has been a resounding success," he declared, his voice showing no sign of the weariness that might be expected after a night of feasting, followed by a midnight excursion into the forest. "Let those who wish to continue do so with my blessing. For others, fresh bread and porridge will be available at the usual hour for the day meal." With that practical announcement, the formal feast was concluded, though the hall would remain open and welcoming to any who wished to linger. The Jarl and his lady retired to their private chambers at one end of the hall, separated from the main space by a wall of carved wooden panels. Halfdan, who had paced himself carefully throughout the night, knowing that a Skold's services might be required at any hour, now felt free to indulge in a final horn of mead before seeking his own rest. He found a quiet corner near one of the side hearths, where the fire had been banked to provide warmth without needing constant attention. To his mild surprise, he was soon joined by Leif, who carried his own drinking horn and appeared somewhat dazed by the night's events. "May I?" the young man asked, gesturing to the bench beside Halfdan. "Of course," the Skald replied, shifting to make room. "A remarkable night, was it not?" Leif nodded slowly. "I'm not sure I've fully comprehended everything that's happened," he admitted. "It feels as though I've lived several years in the space of a few hours." Halfdan smiled understandingly. Such is often the nature of transformative experiences. They compress time, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say they exist somewhat outside of ordinary time. He took a sip of his mead, savoring its sweet warmth. "You handled yourself well, especially for someone who began the evening skeptical of the very possibility of such occurrences." "I'm still processing it all," Leif said, choosing his words carefully. "The physical events, the fox, the brooch, the sacred spring, I can no longer doubt, having seen them with my own eyes, but their meaning, their implications for how I understand the world." He made a gesture that encompassed both helplessness and wonder. "That understanding will come in time," Halfdan assured him. "The important thing is that you remained open to the experience, even when it challenged your existing beliefs. That openness served you and all of us. Well, tonight..." Leif was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Do you think I'll ever see the Filger again?" Halfdan considered this. "It's possible. Such spirit guides sometimes form lasting connections with those they choose to interact with. But even if you never see it in the form it took tonight, its influence may continue to manifest in your life in other ways, as insights that come at crucial moments, as seeming coincidences that guide you toward or away from particular paths." "I would welcome that," Leif said with surprising conviction. "Not because I seek supernatural assistance, but because..." He struggled to find the right words. "Because, having glimpsed a world richer and more complex than you previously imagined, you cannot help but desire further exploration of it," Halfdan suggested gently. "Yes," Leif agreed, relief in his voice at having his nebulous feelings articulated so precisely. "Exactly that." The two men fell into a companionable silence, watching the banked fires glow and listening to the gradually diminishing sounds of revelry from the main part of the hall. Outside, the world was transforming from night to day, darkness yielding to light as it had done since the beginning of time. Within the hall, humans who had briefly touched the mysteries that existed alongside their ordinary reality were returning to that reality, carrying with them the memory and meaning of their encounter with the other world. For Halfdan, tonight's events would become a tale to be shared in other halls on other nights, a reminder to his listeners that the boundaries between the seen and unseen worlds were permeable, that guidance and wisdom might come from unexpected sources, and that openness to such possibilities enriched rather than diminished one's experience of life. For Leif, the night marked the beginning of a new chapter in his personal saga. Tomorrow he would begin his duties as a member of Jarl Halvard's Hird, learning the specific responsibilities that came with his new position. But beyond those practical matters, he would carry with him a newfound awareness of the deeper currents flowing beneath the surface of daily life, an awareness that would shape his perceptions and decisions in ways both subtle and profound. The white fox, its form dissolved back into the realm from which it had emerged, had accomplished far more than the simple delivery of a warning about a hidden threat. It had reminded an entire community of their connection to forces beyond their immediate perception, and it had transformed one man's understanding of reality itself. Not bad for a night's work, even for a being of spirit rather than flesh. As the last stars faded from the lightening sky, as the winter sun prepared to make its brief daily appearance above the horizon, as humans throughout the settlement either continued their celebration or sought their beds for well-earned rest, the world settled once more into its familiar patterns. But those patterns now seemed richer, more meaningful, more worthy of attention and reverence, at least to those who had been touched by the night's events. And in that enriched perception lay the true gift of the Filger's visitation, not merely the averting of a specific danger, but the renewal of a community's connection to the mysteries that had shaped their ancestors' understanding of the world. Mysteries that continued to exist alongside the practical concerns of daily life, awaiting those with the openness to perceive and engage with them. The feast in Jarl Halvard's hall, begun as a celebration of community bonds in the face of winter's challenges, had become a reminder of bonds that extended beyond the human community to encompass the natural world, the spirit world, and the complex interweaving of seen and unseen forces that constituted reality itself. It was a night that would be remembered and recounted for generations to come, its significance growing rather than diminishing with the passage of time. Far to the north, where the mountains rose like ancient giants turned to stone, lay the village of Iskald. Unlike the coastal settlements that benefited from the sea's relative warmth, Iskald stood in the shadow of a great glacier, a river of ice that had crept down from the mountains in ages past, and now loomed over the small community like a frozen wave about to break. The people of Iskald were as hardy as the stunted pines that dotted the landscape, shaped by generations of survival in a place where winter ruled for most of the year. This winter had been particularly severe, with storms so fierce that they had kept even the most experienced hunters confined to their homes for days at a time. Food stores were running low, and though no one spoke of it openly, worry had begun to settle over the village like the thick layer of snow that blanketed the rooftops of their sturdy wooden houses. It was on a rare clear day when the storm clouds had temporarily retreated to reveal a sky of pale, brittle blue that Kari decided to try her luck at ice fishing. At 17, she was already renowned as one of the village's most skilled fishers, with an intuition for where the fish might be schooling beneath the thick ice that covered the nearby lake. "You shouldn't go alone," her brother Eirik insisted when she announced her plan over their morning porridge. At 15, he was nearly as tall as she was, though not yet filled out with the muscle that their father bore. The ice might not be safe after the last storm. Their father, occupied with repairing a broken sled runner, looked up briefly. "Erdik speaks wisely," he said. "2 pairs of eyes are better than 1, especially when reading the ice." Kari nodded her agreement, knowing they were right. While she might have preferred the solitude of a day alone on the ice, safety demanded companionship. Besides, Eirik was good company, quiet when quiet was needed, talkative when the silence grew too heavy. They prepared quickly, gathering their fishing gear, iron spikes for breaking through the ice, lines, hooks, and a basket to carry home whatever they might catch. They dressed in layers of wool and fur, protection against the bitter cold that would seep up from the ice into their bones during the long hours of sitting and waiting. Their mother packed them a small bundle of food, dried meat, hard bread, and a skin of herbal tea that would stay warm for hours, wrapped in sheep's wool. "Be back before dark," she cautioned, her eyes straying to the western horizon where dark clouds were already gathering. "The weather changes quickly this time of year." "We will," Kari promised, adjusting the fur-lined hood of her cloak. With a final nod to their parents, she and Eirik set off, their breath creating clouds of vapor that hung momentarily in the still air before dissipating. The path to the lake wound through a small forest of pine trees, their branches heavy with snow. The siblings walked in single file, Kari leading the way, their footsteps crunching in the snow, the only sound in the profound silence that enveloped them. Occasionally, they would hear the sharp crack of a tree branch, giving way under its burden of snow, the sound startlingly loud in the quiet of the forest. "Do you think we'll catch anything today?" Eric asked, his voice hushed, as if reluctant to disturb the stillness around them. "We have to," Kari replied simply. The village needed food, and while the hunters might return with game, fish would be a welcome addition to their dwindling stores. As they emerged from the forest, the lake spread out before them, a vast expanse of white stretching toward distant shores, barely visible through the thin mist that hovered over the ice. The surface was smooth in some places, rough and uneven in others, where the wind had sculpted the snow into fantastical shapes. "Where should we try?" Eric asked, surveying the seemingly featureless landscape. Kari stood for a moment, her head slightly tilted, as if listening to something only she could hear. Then she pointed toward a section of the lake about a third of the way to the far shore. "There," she said with certainty. "The ice is thinner there, which means the water beneath is moving. Fish like moving water, even in winter." Eric nodded, trusting his sister's judgment. They made their way cautiously across the ice, testing each step before committing their full weight. The surface was solid beneath the thin layer of snow, but both had heard enough tales of unwary fishes disappearing beneath cracked ice to instill a healthy respect for the lake's potential dangers. As they approached the spot Kari had indicated, they could see that the snow here was indeed different, thinner, with a faintly blue tint that suggested the ice beneath was clearer than elsewhere. They cleared an area of snow, revealing the translucent surface below. It was like looking through smoky glass. They could make out the dark water beneath, but no details of what might be swimming in its depths. "This will do," Kari decided, unslinging the iron spike from her back. It was a simple tool, a heavy metal rod about as long as her arm, pointed at one end. With practiced movements, she began to strike at the ice, each blow sending small chips flying. Eric joined her with his own spike, and together they established a rhythm, alternating their strikes to gradually create a hole large enough to fish through. The work was strenuous, warming them despite the cold air. Steam rose from their faces as they labored, the sound of metal on ice ringing out across the otherwise silent lake. After nearly half an hour, they felt the ice begin to give beneath their blows. "Careful now," Kari cautioned, slowing her strikes. "We're almost through." They continued more gently, until with a final tap, Eric's spike broke through the remaining ice. Water welled up around the hole, dark and mysterious. They widened the opening enough to accommodate their fishing lines, then sat back, catching their breath. "You should have the first cast," Eric offered, gesturing to the hole. Kari smiled at her brother, appreciating the gesture. She prepared her line, baiting the hook with a small piece of the dried meat they had brought. With a murmured prayer to Njord, god of seas and fishing, she lowered the line into the dark water. They settled into the patient waiting that was the essence of ice fishing, occasionally shifting position to prevent their limbs from growing numb with cold. They spoke little, conserving their energy and warmth, but the silence between them was comfortable, born of years of shared experiences and mutual understanding. The day wore on, the pale sun making its brief arc across the southern sky. They caught a few fish, not the bounty they had hoped for, but enough to make the expedition worthwhile. Each catch was greeted with quiet satisfaction. The fish quickly dispatched and added to their basket. As the light began to fade, signaling that it was time to head back to the village, Kari decided to try one last cast. She had just lowered her line into the water when they heard it, a sound unlike anything they had experienced before, a deep, resonant note that seemed to vibrate through the ice beneath them, more felt than heard. What was that? Eric whispered, his eyes wide. Kari shook her head, equally at a loss. I don't know. The sound came again, longer this time, like the groaning of some enormous creature waking from sleep. With it came a subtle shift in the ice, not enough to threaten their safety, but noticeable nonetheless. Perhaps we should leave, Eric suggested, gathering up their gear with quick, nervous movements. Wait, Kari said, laying a hand on his arm. She was staring at the fishing hole, where something strange was happening. The dark water was beginning to glow, a faint blue-green luminescence that grew stronger by the moment. It reminded her of the rare occasions when the sea near their village came alive with tiny, light-bearing creatures. But this was different, more concentrated, more purposeful somehow. As they watched, transfixed, the glow intensified until it was as bright as a full moon reflected on water. Then, to their astonishment, the water in the hole began to rise, defying nature by building upon itself rather than flowing outward onto the ice. By Thor's hammer, Eric breathed, his voice barely audible. The column of water continued to rise, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape as it did so. A torso, arms, a head, all formed from glowing water that somehow held its form against all logic. Within moments, a figure stood before them, its features indistinct but its form unmistakably that of a woman, tall and slender, composed entirely of luminous, flowing water. Kari and Eric remained frozen in place, too awestruck to flee, too fascinated to give in to the fear that fluttered in their chests like caged birds. They had heard tales all their lives, stories told around the hearth fire on long winter nights, of the spirits that dwelled in the natural world, in forests, mountains, rivers, and yes, lakes. But to actually encounter such a being was beyond anything they had ever expected to experience. For a long moment, the water woman regarded them silently, her featureless face turned in their direction, as if studying these human intruders. Then she spoke, her voice like the sound of a mountain stream over stones, musical, yet with an underlying current of something ancient and not entirely benevolent. Who breaks my winter sleep, she asked, the words somehow understandable despite their strange, fluid quality. Kari swallowed hard, then answered, her voice steadier than she felt. I am Kari, daughter of Bjorn, and this is my brother Eric. We did not mean to disturb you, Great Spirit. We were only fishing to feed our village. The water woman's form shimmered, ripples passing through her as if stirred by an unseen wind. Fishing, she repeated, as if considering the concept. Taking life from my domain, only what we need to survive, Eric added quickly, and never the young ones or those carrying eggs for the future. The spirit's head tilted slightly, a disturbingly human gesture from a being so clearly not human. You speak of respect, she observed. Yet humans have changed. Once they came with offerings, with songs, with recognition of the old powers that dwelled here long before their brief lives flickered into being. Now they take without giving, remember without understanding. A tendril of water extended from her arm, reaching toward Kari's face. It was like being touched by a cool, damp cloth. Strange, but not unpleasant. Yet there is something in you that remembers, the spirit continued, her voice softening slightly. A connection to the old ways, buried deep but not extinguished. Kari remained still, allowing the touch. In that moment of contact, she experienced a flash of something. Not quite a vision, more a feeling, an understanding that defied words. She saw, felt, knew the spirit's nature, ancient beyond human comprehension, bound to the lake as intimately as Kari was bound to her own body, neither malevolent nor benevolent, but simply other, existing according to principles and purposes that humans could barely grasp. Acting on instinct rather than conscious thought, Kari reached into the pouch at her belt and withdrew a small object, a carved wooden amulet in the form of a fish, a gift from her grandmother years ago. "We have little to offer," she said quietly, "but if it pleases you, I would give you this. It has brought me luck in fishing and was made with care and skill by one who respected the old ways." The water woman's form shimmered again, this time in what might have been surprise. She extended her hand, and Kari placed the amulet upon it. To her amazement, the wooden carving didn't fall through the watery substance, but rested upon it, as if on solid flesh. "A gift freely given," the spirit mused, her tone unreadable, rare in these times. She closed her fingers around the amulet, which seemed to dissolve into her watery form, becoming one with it. "Very well. You have woken me from my winter slumber, but you have done so with respect, and you have given without being asked. For this I will not take offense." Some of the tension eased from Eric's posture, though he remained wary. "We thank you for your understanding," he said formally. "We should return to our village now, before darkness falls." "Wait," the water woman commanded, her voice suddenly sharp. "You have given, and so shall I. That is the old way, the true balance." She extended both arms now, her form growing taller, more imposing. The glow emanating from her intensified until they had to shield their eyes against its brightness. "To your village I grant this. When the ice grows thin and treacherous in the late winter, you will know it before you step upon it. When storms gather that would bring destruction, you will have warning enough to prepare, and the waters of this lake will yield their bounty to those who approach with respect and take only what is truly needed." As she spoke, the glow spread outward from her form, flowing across the ice like liquid light. It passed beneath Kari and Eric's feet, continuing onward toward the distant shore, and, presumably, all the way around the lake's perimeter. "These gifts I give," the water woman continued, her voice now coming from everywhere and nowhere, "not out of fondness for humans, who are but momentary guests in this ancient land, but out of recognition of the respect you have shown. Remember this encounter. Tell others of it. Ensure that the old understanding between your kind and mine does not fade entirely from memory." With these words, her form began to lose cohesion, the water that composed it flowing back toward the hole in the ice. As she diminished, she spoke one final time, her voice fading like the last echo in a mountain valley. "Return when spring first touches the ice. Bring others who remember the old ways, and perhaps we shall speak again." Then she was gone, the glowing water disappearing back into the dark depths of the lake. The fishing hole remained, but it now looked ordinary, just a gap in the ice revealing the non-luminous water below. For several moments, Kari and Eirik stood in stunned silence, trying to process what they had witnessed. Finally, Eirik spoke, his voice hushed with awe. "Did that really happen?" Kari nodded slowly. "It did." She looked down at her empty palm where the wooden amulet had rested moments before. "Grandmother always said there was power in the old carvings, in the old ways. I never truly believed her until now." They gathered their gear in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The basket of fish seemed heavier somehow, not in physical weight but in significance, no longer merely food taken from the lake, but a gift accepted from a being who could have denied it. Or worse, As they made their way back across the ice toward the shore, Kari paused and turned to look back at the fishing hole, now a small dark circle in the vast whiteness. "We should tell the village elders," she said. "They'll know what to make of this, what it means for all of us." Eric nodded in agreement, especially old Sigrid. She still keeps the old ways, leaves offerings at the sacred stones during the changing of seasons. "Yes," Kari said thoughtfully. She might understand better than most. She resumed walking, her steps purposeful. "But first, we need to get home before dark, as we promised." The journey back to the village seemed quicker than their outward trip, perhaps because they were eager to share their extraordinary experience, perhaps simply because they were moving with purpose rather than the cautious exploration of their earlier venture. As they approached the outskirts of Iskald, they could see that despite the early hour, most households had already lit their evening fires. Smoke rose from smoke holes in the roofs, creating a hazy layer above the village that caught the last rays of the setting sun, turning it into a golden canopy over the small community. Their parents' relief at their safe return was evident, though quickly replaced by excitement at the respectable catch they had brought home. As their mother prepared the fish for cooking, Kari and Eirik exchanged a look, silently debating whether to share their strange encounter immediately or to wait and speak first with the elders. "You both look as if you've seen a ghost," their father observed, his keen eyes missing nothing. "Did something happen at the lake?" And so they told their tale, trying to convey the wonder and strangeness of their encounter with the water spirit. Their parents listened in silence, their expressions shifting from skepticism to awe as the story unfolded. "This is a matter for the whole village," their father said when they had finished. "Such an encounter, such promises, everyone must hear of this." He rose from his seat by the fire. "I'll go to the chieftain's house and request a gathering this very night." Word spread quickly through the small community, and despite the late hour and the cold, almost every adult in Iskald assembled in the great hall at the village center. This was the largest building in the settlement, used for communal gatherings, celebrations, and, in times of extreme cold, as a shelter for those whose own homes provided insufficient protection from the elements. The hall was illuminated by a large central fire and numerous torches set in brackets along the walls. Their flickering light created a warm, golden atmosphere that contrasted with the bitter cold outside. Benches had been arranged in a rough circle around the fire, with the chieftain's high seat positioned at the northern point. Chieftain Gunnar was a man in his 50s, his once red beard now streaked with grey, his face weathered by years of exposure to the harsh northern climate. Despite his age, he still stood straight and strong, respected for both his wisdom in governance and his skill in the hunt. Beside him sat his wife, Helga, whose counsel was valued as highly as his own. Once everyone had settled, Gunnar raised his hand for silence. "We have been called here tonight to hear of a strange and potentially significant encounter," he announced, his deep voice easily filling the hall. "Kari and Eirik, children of Bjorn and Freydis, have something to share with us all. Let us listen with open minds and hearts." All eyes turned to the siblings, who stood and moved to the open space beside the fire. Kari, as the elder and the one who had offered the amulet to the spirit, took the lead in telling their story. She spoke clearly and without embellishment, describing what they had seen, heard, and felt at the lake. When she mentioned the spirit's gifts, the promise of warning when ice grew dangerous, of impending destructive storms, and of continued bounty from the lake for those who approached with respect, a murmur ran through the assembled villagers. These were not trivial boons for a community that lived in such close relationship with the natural elements. where foreknowledge of dangers could mean the difference between life and death. As Kari concluded her account, there was a moment of profound silence. Then, from the far side of the circle, old Sigrid spoke up. She was the eldest person in the village, a tiny, wizened woman with eyes still sharp and clear despite her advanced years. This was a knock, she declared, using the old term for a water spirit. I have never seen one myself, but my grandmother claimed to have encountered such a being in her youth. They are ancient, powerful, and not to be trifled with. She fixed her penetrating gaze on Kari. You were wise to show respect, to offer a gift. Many would have fled in fear, or worse, responded with aggression. Do you believe the spirit's promises? Chieftain Gunnar asked, directing his question to old Sigrid rather than to Kari or Eirik. The old woman nodded slowly. The old powers do not lie, not in the way humans understand lying. They may speak in riddles or half-truths. They may have their own purposes that we cannot fathom, but direct falsehood is not in their nature. She leaned forward, her voice dropping slightly so that everyone had to listen carefully to catch her words. However, their gifts often come with responsibilities, with expectations. The spirit spoke of remembering the old ways, of approaching the lake with respect. These are not idle conditions. What exactly would that entail? Asked another villager, a middle-aged man named Halvard. We've always treated the lake with care. It's our livelihood after all. But have we honored it? Old Sigrid countered. Have we recognized it not just as a resource to be used, but as a domain with its own guardian, its own spirit? She looked around the circle, her gaze challenging. When was the last time any of you left an offering at the lakeside? When did you last speak a prayer of thanks for its bounty, not to the gods above, but to the lake itself and the powers within it? Her questions were met with uncomfortable silence. Such practices had indeed faded over the generations, maintained by only a few of the oldest villagers, and regarded by many of the younger ones as superstitious remnants of a less enlightened time. The spirit said to return when spring first touches the ice, Eirik put in, breaking the silence. To bring others who remember the old ways. Old Sigrid nodded approvingly. A clear invitation to renew the relationship between our community and the lake's guardian. She turned to Chieftain Gunnar. I propose that when that time comes, we organize a proper ceremony, with offerings and the old songs. I still remember them, and I can teach them to others who are willing to learn. Gunnar stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering the proposal. As a leader, he had to balance the practical needs of the community with its spiritual well-being and to consider the diverse beliefs of all the villagers. Let us put it to a vote, he decided finally. Those in favor of renewing the old observances when spring arrives, raise your hands. The response was overwhelming, with nearly every hand in the hall raised in support. Even those who might normally view such practices with skepticism seemed moved by Kari and Eirik's account, and by the practical benefits the spirit's gifts might bring to their challenging existence. Then it is decided, Gunnar declared. When the first signs of spring appear, we will gather at the lakeside under old Sigrid's guidance to honor the knock and the waters it guards. He turned to address Kari and Eirik directly. You have done the village a great service by handling this encounter with wisdom beyond your years. Your names will be remembered in the stories of Iskald for generations to come. The formal gathering concluded shortly thereafter, breaking up into smaller groups that continued to discuss the extraordinary events well into the night. Kari and Eirik found themselves the center of attention, repeatedly asked to recount details of their experience, to describe exactly what the water woman had looked like, how her voice had sounded, what it had felt like to be touched by her watery appendage. Eventually, weariness overtook excitement, and the villagers dispersed to their own homes, minds still buzzing with the implications of what they had learned. As Kari lay in her bed that night, she found herself replaying the encounter in her mind, trying to hold on to every nuance, every detail, before sleep claimed her. In the days and weeks that followed, the village of Iskeld experienced subtle but unmistakable changes. Fish seemed more plentiful in the lake, even in spots that had previously yielded poor results. More significantly, on 2 separate occasions, fishers reported feeling an inexplicable sense of unease about certain areas of ice that had appeared solid, only to discover, upon careful testing, that these areas were indeed dangerously thin. And when a late winter storm approached, more severe than any in living memory, the villagers had a strange collective premonition the day before, a shared sense of impending danger that prompted them to secure everything that might be damaged by high winds, to bring in additional firewood, and to ensure that no one ventured far from the settlement. The storm, when it hit, was indeed devastating, but thanks to their unusual forewarning, no lives were lost, and damage was minimized. Word of these occurrences spread to neighboring settlements, along with the tale of Kari and Eric's encounter with the lake spirit. Some scoffed at the story, dismissing it as a fanciful explanation for mere coincidences or good fortune. Others, particularly those with their own half-remembered traditions of respecting local spirits, listened with more open minds, and even began to tentatively revive some of the old observances in their own community. As for Kari and Eric, they continued to visit the lake for fishing, but always with a small offering, a carved token, a specially baked cake, or a few strands of brightly colored wool, which they would respectfully place at the water's edge before casting their lines. They never again saw the water woman in her full, manifest form, but occasionally they would catch a glimpse of an unusual glow beneath the ice, or hear that strange, resonant note vibrating through the frozen surface. And sometimes, when they were alone at the lake, they would speak to the water as if to a friend, sharing news of the village, expressing gratitude for its bounty, maintaining that tenuous but precious connection between the human world and the ancient powers that existed alongside it, largely unseen but profoundly influential. With the approach of spring, as the days grew longer and the first hints of thaw appeared in the most sun-exposed areas of the lake, preparations began for the promised ceremony. Old Sigrid became the center of activity, teaching the old songs to a group of villagers who had volunteered to learn them, instructing others in the making of traditional offerings, and selecting the most auspicious day for the gathering, based on signs that only she fully understood. On the chosen day, as the first golden light of morning touched the eastern sky, the entire village of Iskald made its way to the lakeside. They came bearing gifts, intricately carved wooden objects, specially brewed mead, woven textiles dyed with natural pigments, and more. Each offering represented hours of careful work, created with intention and respect, rather than as mere tokens. The ceremony that followed was both solemn and joyful, a blend of reverent acknowledgement of the ancient power dwelling in the lake and celebration of the renewed bond between that power and the human community. The songs old Sigrid had taught echoed across the still frozen surface, their melodies simple but haunting, their words invoking images of flowing water, of life sustained through the harshest conditions, of resilience and renewal. And though the ice remained solid beneath their feet, those gathered at the lake's edge that day would later swear that they felt a response to their observances, not in words or in any manifestation they could precisely describe, but in a profound sense of connection, of being heard and acknowledged by something far older and more elemental than themselves. As the ceremony concluded and the villagers prepared to return to their homes, Kari lingered for a moment at the edge of the lake, her brother waiting a respectful distance behind her. She knelt and placed her palm flat against the ice, feeling the cold bite into her skin, but also something else. A subtle vibration, a pulse, like a heartbeat just at the threshold of perception. "Thank you," she whispered, whether to the lake itself or to its guardian spirit, even she could not have said. "We will remember." And as she rose and turned to join her brother for the walk back to the village, she carried with her the certainty that in some small but significant way, a balance had been restored, a connection reforged between the human world and the mysterious forces that had always existed alongside it, watching, waiting, and occasionally reaching out to remind humans that they were not alone in the world, nor its masters, but merely one strand in a complex web of existence that stretched back to the beginning of time, and would continue long after the last human voice fell silent. The Dragon of the North, finest longship in all of Vestfjord, sliced through the dark waters with the grace of a seabird skimming the waves. Her carved wooden prow, fashioned in the likeness of a snarling dragon with eyes that seemed to search the horizon for new lands, rose and fell with the rhythm of the sea. Behind her, the coastline of their homeland had long since disappeared, swallowed by the vastness of the ocean that stretched in all directions. 20 men pulled at the oars, their movements synchronized through years of sailing together, their muscles hardened by countless voyages. Another 10 stood ready to relieve them when weariness set in, for this journey north would be long, and every man's strength would be needed before they sighted the shores they sought. At the stern, his hand steady on the steering oar, stood Hakon Seafarer, a man whose beard had been turned silver not by age alone, but by the salt spray of 3 decades on the open water. The men called him the Old Sea Wolf, though never to his face, unless they wished to test the surprising strength that still resided in his weathered frame. His eyes, the pale blue of a winter sky, scanned the waters ahead with the practiced gaze of one who could read the sea, as others might read runes carved in stone. Near him, a boy of perhaps 16 summers kept watch on the western horizon, where the sun was beginning its slow descent toward the distant edge of the world. Ulf was the youngest member of the crew, on his first major voyage, his beard still patchy, his eyes still wide with the wonder of each new sight the journey brought. He was Hakon's sister son, brought along at his mother's insistence that he learn the ways of the sea from the finest sailor she knew. "The wind changes," Hakon murmured, more to himself than to the boy, his nostrils flaring slightly as he detected a subtle shift in the air's scent. "Björn," he called to the sailing master, a barrel-chested man who stood amidships. "Prepare to raise the sail. We'll give the rowers a rest while Thor's breath still favors us." Björn nodded his acknowledgement and began issuing orders to the crew. Men moved with practiced efficiency, unfurling the great square sail that had been carefully stowed when they set out that morning into a still dawn. The woolen cloth, dyed a rich red that would be visible for miles on a clear day, caught the strengthening breeze and bellied outward with a satisfying snap. "Oars up!" Bjorn called, and with a synchronized motion born of countless repetitions, the rowers shipped their oars, sliding them back through the oarlocks until they rested along the ship's length, their blades no longer dipping into the dark water. A cheer went up from the crew as the sail took the strain and the ship lurched forward with renewed speed, driven now by wind rather than human muscle. Men reached for water skins or for small portions of dried meat and fish to restore their energy, talking among themselves in low voices that carried easily across the open deck. Ulf watched the sails swell with wind, marveling at how the entire ship seemed more alive somehow, more purposeful in its movement through the waves. He turned to his uncle, ready to share his observation, but the words died on his lips as he saw the older man's furrowed brow, the slight tightening around his eyes that Ulf had learned meant concern. "What is it, uncle?" he asked quietly, not wanting to draw the attention of the other men to whatever had troubled the helmsman. Hakon's gaze was fixed on the northern horizon, where sky met sea in a line so sharp it might have been drawn by a knife's edge. "The air changes too quickly," he replied after a moment. "And look there, see how the waves flatten, as if something presses down upon them from above." Ulf followed his uncle's gaze but could detect nothing unusual in the sea ahead, yet he had learned on this voyage to trust Hakon's senses, which seemed at times almost supernatural in their acuity. "Is it a storm coming?" he asked, scanning the sky for cloud formations, like those his uncle had taught him to recognize as harbingers of foul weather. "No," Hakon said slowly. "Not a storm. Something else." He glanced up at the sail, full-bellied and straining against the ropes that held it to the mast. "But whatever comes, we'll face it better with the wind's blessing than without it." For the next hour they made excellent progress, the Dragon of the North cutting through the waves with a speed that lifted the spirits of all aboard. Men who had been rowing since dawn now lounged on their sea chests, exchanging tales of previous voyages or speculating about what they might find in the lands that were their destination. A place spoken of by a trader who had heard of it from another trader, who claimed to have seen shores rich with amber and furs, where strange, pale-skinned people lived in scattered settlements that would be easy to raid. Ulf moved among them, listening eagerly to these stories, imagining the wealth and renown that might await them if the tales proved true. This was why he had begged to come on this voyage, not just to learn the ways of the sea from his uncle, but to be part of an expedition that might discover new lands, new opportunities for trade or settlement or glory. He was so absorbed in a particularly vivid description of amber, as large as a man's fist, clear as honey, that he almost missed the moment when the first man fell silent, his tale unfinished, as his attention was caught by something else. Then another conversation died away, and another, until an unnatural hush fell over the ship, broken only by the creak of timber and the slap of waves against the hull. Ulf looked up to find every man's gaze turned skyward, faces reflecting a strange, shifting light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. He followed their stares and felt his breath catch in his throat. The sky above them, which had been the clear, deep blue of late afternoon, was alive with ribbons of light, pale green and gold and occasionally a hint of red or purple, dancing across the heavens like luminous veils stirred by an unfelt breeze. They rippled and flowed, brightening and dimming in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, as if conveying messages in a language too ancient for human comprehension. "The light curtains," someone whispered, using the term their people had for this phenomenon, sometimes glimpsed from the northernmost shores of their homeland, but never with such clarity, such immediacy as they displayed now, directly overhead. "Valkyries," another man murmured. "They ride to gather fallen warriors for Odin's hall." It was an old belief that these lights represented the shimmering reflection of the Valkyries' armor as they rode across the sky on their otherworldly errands. "No," said a third voice, older and rougher. "Those are the souls of the unborn and the dead dancing together in the place between worlds." This, too, was a common explanation among their people for the mysterious lights. Whatever their true nature, the display was mesmerizing, beautiful in a way that stirred something deep and primal in the heart. Even the most seasoned sailors among them watched in silent wonder, momentarily forgetting their mission, their destination, even the ship beneath their feet. It was Hakon who broke the spell, his voice sharp with sudden urgency. "The wind dies," he announced, and even as he spoke the sail began to sag, the tight curve of its surface relaxing as the air around them grew still. "To the oars, quickly!" His command snapped the men back to awareness of their situation. With practiced movements, they returned to their benches, drew out the oars and positioned them in the oarlocks. But before the order to row could be given, Hakon raised his hand in a gesture for stillness. "Wait," he said, his voice dropping to little more than a whisper that nevertheless carried in the unnatural quiet that had fallen. "Listen." The men froze in place, straining their ears. At first there was nothing but the familiar sounds of the ship and the sea, the creak of wood, the gentle slap of waves against the hull, the flutter of the now slack sail. Then, gradually, they became aware of something else. A low, rhythmic sound, almost felt rather than heard, like the beating of an enormous heart somewhere deep beneath the keel. Simultaneously, they noticed that the sea around them had changed. The surface, which had been broken by small waves under the freshening breeze, was now glassy smooth, as if polished by an unseen hand. Yet beneath that smoothness, there was movement, a subtle churning that sent small eddies spiraling outward from the ship's hull. "What is it?" Ulf asked, his voice barely audible even in the stillness. Before Hakon could answer, the rhythmic pulsing grew stronger, and with it came a new sensation, a vibration that ran through the ship's timbers, making them hum like the strings of a harp plucked by ghostly fingers. Several men crossed themselves surreptitiously, while others touched the Thor's hammer amulets they wore around their necks. "Something rises from the deep," Hakon said, his voice steady despite the tension evident in his posture. "Something large." As if summoned by his words, the sea before the ship's prow began to swell, the smooth surface bulging upward in a dome that grew larger by the moment. Water cascaded off its sides as it rose, revealing a dark shape beneath, something solid and massive, breaking the surface with deliberate slowness. The men watched, transfixed, as the shape continued to emerge. First came what appeared to be a crest or ridge, glistening wetly in the strange shifting light from above. Then, as the thing rose further, they saw that the ridge was part of a much larger form, a serpentine body, thick as the trunk of an ancient oak, covered in scales that gleamed like polished metal, their color shifting between deep green and midnight blue as they caught the light at different angles. "Jormungandr," someone whispered, invoking the name of the great world serpent from their legends, the monstrous offspring of Loki that was said to encircle the entire world, its tail in its mouth, deep beneath the ocean's surface. "No," Hakon replied, though his voice had lost some of its earlier certainty. "Not the world serpent itself, but perhaps a child of it, a lesser serpent, but mighty still." Whatever its lineage, the creature before them was awe-inspiring in its massive presence. As they watched, frozen between fascination and fear, more of its length broke the surface, coil after coil of serpentine body creating small waves that rocked the ship gently. And then, rising from the sea with a cascade of water that glittered in the ethereal light, came its head. It was both like and unlike the dragon head carved on their ship's prow. The basic shape was similar, long-ated with powerful jaws. But where their carved image was stylized, a human artist's interpretation, this was the real thing, terrible in its alien beauty. Its skull was broad and flat, its jaw hinged wide enough to swallow a man whole. Instead of the single pair of eyes their carved dragon possessed, this creature had 3 pairs, arranged in a pattern that suggested intelligence far removed from human understanding. They glowed with an inner light that matched the auroras above, shifting between green and gold as the serpent surveyed the small wooden vessel that had entered its domain. For a long moment, ship and serpent regarded each other in eerie silence. The creature made no aggressive move, merely held its position with its head raised high above the water, swaying slightly as if in time to music only it could hear. The men, following Hakon's example, remained equally still, hands on their weapons, but making no move to draw them. It was Ulf who broke the standoff, not through any action of his own, but because his sea chest, improperly secured, chose that moment to slide across the deck as the ship rocked on the waves created by the serpent's emergence. The wooden chest struck the ship's side with a loud thump, startling both the young man and the creature he'd been staring at with wide, disbelieving eyes. The serpent's reaction was immediate and terrifying. Its head darted forward with a speed that belied its enormous size, stopping just short of the ship's prow. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth like polished daggers, and from its throat came a sound unlike anything any of them had heard before. A high, keening wail that seemed to vibrate through their very bones, setting teeth on edge and raising the hair on their arms. Several men reached for their weapons then, drawing swords or hefting axes, ready to defend themselves if the creature attacked. But Hakon's voice cut through the moment of panic like a blade through butter. "Hold," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for disobedience. "Put away your steel. It will only provoke the beast further." "We can't just sit here and wait to be devoured," protested one of the younger warriors, a man named Gorm, his face pale beneath his red beard. "We won't be," Håkon assured him, his own gaze never leaving the serpent, which had closed its fearsome jaws but continued to sway before the ship, its multiple eyes fixed on the humans with an unreadable expression. If it wanted to attack, it would have done so already. I think it's curious." "Curious?" Gorm repeated incredulously. "That thing could crush our ship with a single coil of its body." "Yes," Håkon agreed calmly. "It could. Which makes it all the more important that we don't give it a reason to do so." He addressed the crew as a whole then, his voice level and reassuring. "This is like the bear that investigates a campsite. Dangerous, yes, but not necessarily hostile unless threatened. We are in its territory, not the other way around." The serpent, as if understanding his words, dipped its head slightly, bringing its face level with the carved dragon on the ship's prow. For a surreal moment, the two dragon visages, one living flesh, one carved wood, faced each other like reflections in some impossible mirror. "It's examining our figurehead," Bjorn observed quietly, a note of wonder creeping into his voice despite the tense situation. As if it recognizes something familiar. "Perhaps it does," Håkon mused. "The carving was meant to honor the creatures of the deep, to show our respect for their domain when we cross it in our wooden shells." He paused, considering something, then made a decision. "Bring me the offering bowl." Ulfs, grateful for a specific task to focus on rather than the terrifying creature so close to their fragile vessel, hurried to retrieve a small wooden bowl from among his uncle's possessions. It was a beautifully carved thing, its rim decorated with intricate knotwork, its interior stained dark from previous uses. Hakon took it with a nod of thanks, then reached into a pouch at his belt and withdrew a handful of small objects. Bits of dried fish, a few crumbs of precious salt, and several strands of what appeared to be hair, though whether human or animal was unclear. These he placed in the bowl, then added a few drops of dark liquid from a small flask kept within his tunic. "What are you doing?" Ulf whispered, fascinated despite his fear. "Making an offering," Hakon replied simply, "as our fathers did, and their fathers before them, when they encountered the powers of the deep." With the bowl prepared to his satisfaction, Hakon moved carefully to the ship's side, his movements deliberate and unhurried. The serpent's gaze followed him, its multiple eyes tracking his progress with evident interest. When he reached the gunwale, Hakon raised the bowl slightly, meeting the creature's alien stare with steady resolve. "Great One of the Deep," he addressed it, his voice carrying clearly across the still water. "We sail upon your realm with respect and humility. Accept this small token of our esteem, and grant us safe passage across your waters." With these words, he tipped the bowl, spilling its contents into the sea. The small offering disappeared beneath the surface with barely a ripple, but the effect on the serpent was immediate and startling. It withdrew its head slightly, then dipped it toward the spot where the offering had fallen, as if scenting or tasting the water there. After a moment, it raised its massive head again, and to the astonishment of all watching, it seemed to nod, a slow, deliberate movement that could not be mistaken for anything other than acknowledgement. "It understands," Ulf breathed, his earlier fear giving way to amazement. "Of course it does," Hakon replied quietly. "The old powers may slumber in these modern times, but they are not gone. They wait beneath the surface of our world, watching, remembering." The serpent regarded them for a moment longer, its gaze seeming to take in each man individually, as if memorizing their faces. Then, with a sinuous movement of its enormous body, it began to sink back beneath the waves. Its descent was as deliberate as its emergence had been, coil after coil disappearing into the dark water until only its head remained visible, still watching them with those eerily glowing eyes. And then, with a final flick of its tail that sent a wave washing over the ship's side, soaking those nearest the gunwale, it was gone, leaving nothing but a circle of ripples that quickly flattened in the unnaturally still sea. For several heartbeats, no one spoke. The men stood or sat where they were, staring at the spot where the creature had vanished, as if expecting it to reappear at any moment. Then, gradually, a collective exhalation of relief passed through the crew, followed by a buzz of excited, nervous conversation, as each man felt compelled to share his perspective on what they had just witnessed. "Did you see the size of it? As big around as 3 men at least. Those eyes. Odin's ravens, those eyes. Like they could see right through to your soul. I thought we were finished when it opened its mouth, teeth like daggers they were." Hakon let them talk, understanding the need to process such an extraordinary encounter through the sharing of observations and impressions. He returned to his position at the steering oar, his weathered face thoughtful as he gazed out over the sea, which was now beginning to stir again, as if freed from some enchantment that had held it motionless. Ulf joined him, his young face still alight with wonder. "Uncle," he said quietly, "was that truly a child of Jormungand?" Hakon considered the question carefully before answering. "Who can say for certain? The world is full of mysteries that our ancestors understood better than we do. They spoke of the great serpent that encircles Midgard, and of its children that swim the deepest parts of the ocean. Perhaps what we saw was one such offspring, or perhaps it was something else entirely, a being from the edges of our understanding, where the boundaries between our world and others grow thin. But you weren't afraid," Ulf observed, a note of admiration in his voice, "even when it came so close to the ship. even when it made that terrible sound. "I wouldn't say that," Hakon replied with a slight smile. "Only a fool feels no fear when faced with something that could destroy him with minimal effort. But fear is like any other force of nature. It can be respected without being surrendered to." He gazed thoughtfully at the spot where the serpent had disappeared. Besides, there was something in its manner. It wasn't hostile, merely curious, perhaps even lonely. "Lonely," Ulf repeated, surprised by the suggestion. "How could such a creature be lonely?" "Think about it," Hakon said. "If it is indeed what the old tales speak of, how many others of its kind might there be in these waters? Perhaps it saw in our dragon-headed ship something it recognized, something that reminded it of its own kind, however distantly." He shrugged. "Or perhaps I'm merely an old man imposing human feelings on a being beyond our understanding. Either way, we were fortunate in its restraint." As they spoke, the wind began to return, first as a gentle breeze that stirred the hair and beards of the crew, then strengthening until the slack sail once again filled with air, pulling taut against its ropes. The ship lurched forward, resuming its northward journey as if the strange interlude had never occurred. "Shall we continue on the same course?" Bjorn asked, approaching the stern, where Hakon stood with his hand on the steering oar. Hakon glanced up at the sky, where the aurora still danced, though with diminished intensity now, as if the departure of the serpent had somehow dampened its brilliance. "Yes," he decided after a moment's consideration. "Whatever the creature's purpose in showing itself to us, it made no move to bar our path. I take that as permission to proceed." Bjorn nodded, accepting the decision without question. He had sailed with Hakon for many years and had learned to trust the older man's judgment in all matters relating to the sea and its mysteries. He returned to his post amidships, calling out adjustments to the sail's position to take best advantage of the freshening wind. The crew too settled back into their routine, though their conversation remained animated as they continued to discuss the serpent and speculate on its nature and purpose. For many, it was their first encounter with something truly extraordinary, something that transcended the everyday world of farming, fishing, and occasional raiding that constituted normal life in their homeland. As the dragon of the north resumed its journey, cutting through waves that now sparkled with reflected starlight as evening deepened toward night, Ulf found himself drawn to the ship's side, gazing down into the dark waters below. Was the serpent still there, he wondered, swimming silently beneath them, tracking their progress through its domain? Or had it returned to whatever mysterious depths it called home, carrying with it the memory of the strange wooden creature with the dragon's head that had crossed its path? He would never know the answer, but the question itself, the sense of wonder and possibility it evoked, filled him with a strange, quiet joy. The world was larger, more mysterious, more alive with hidden significances than he had ever imagined before this voyage. Whatever lands they might discover in the days ahead, whatever wealth or glory might await them at their journey's end, nothing could compare to the knowledge he had gained today, that beneath the surface of the familiar world lay depths of mystery and meaning that a single lifetime could barely begin to explore. From his position at the stern, Hakon observed his nephew's thoughtful contemplation of the sea and smiled to himself. The boy was learning what he had hoped he would learn on this voyage, though perhaps not in the way either of them had expected. The encounter with the serpent had opened Ulf's eyes to the deeper realities that lurked beneath the surface of everyday existence, realities that most men either never glimpsed or chose to forget in the mundane concerns of daily life. As the night deepened around them, the aurora gradually faded from the sky, leaving only the cold, distant glitter of stars to light their way. The wind held steady, driving them northward toward whatever awaited them in the lands they sought. The men settled into the comfortable routine of a night voyage, some sleeping while others kept watch, their fears of the strange encounter gradually subsiding into the rhythms of life at sea. But something had changed, subtle but significant. A sense of wonder had entered their journey, a heightened awareness of the mysteries that surrounded them. They had been granted a glimpse beyond the veil that normally separated the human world from the realms of legend and myth. And in that glimpse, they had discovered not only the terrifying majesty of the deep's ancient powers, but also the surprising possibility of connection, of mutual recognition across the boundaries of different modes of existence. The serpent had seen them, acknowledged them, and chosen to let them pass unharmed through its domain. In return, they carried with them not only the memory of its awe-inspiring presence, but also a renewed respect for the forces that shaped and governed the world beyond human control or comprehension. As the night wore on, and the Dragon of the North continued its steady progress toward distant shores, the men found themselves speaking less of the wealth they hoped to find at their journey's end, and more of the wonder they had already encountered along the way. The serpent's brief visit had reminded them that the true value of any voyage lay not merely in its destination, but in the experiences gathered along the path, the moments of beauty, terror, and awe that transformed the traveler, opening eyes and hearts to the vast, mysterious world that existed beyond the boundaries of the familiar. And as the first faint light of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, heralding the beginning of a new day's journey, the sea around them seemed somehow more alive, more present, more worthy of their attention and respect. The waters through which they sailed were not merely a road to be traveled, but a realm unto themselves, ancient and mysterious, filled with powers and presences that humans could glimpse only in rare, fleeting moments of grace or destiny. The Dragon of the North sailed onward, her wooden dragon head cutting through the waves with renewed purpose. Behind her, unseen by any human eye, a sinuous form moved just beneath the surface, following at a discreet distance, watching, wondering about these strange creatures of air and land, who dared to float upon the water's surface in their wooden shell, their red sail billowing like a flag of defiance against the elements. Two worlds had touched, however briefly, and neither would forget the encounter. The humans with their songs and stories that would carry the memory forward through generations, the serpent with its ancient, alien awareness that registered the meeting as a small but interesting ripple in the vast ocean of its existence. Different modes of being, different scales of time and perception, yet for one moment they had acknowledged each other across the divide, and in that acknowledgement lay a kind of harmony, a recognition of shared participation in the great mystery of existence that encompassed them all. And so the ship sailed on into the brightening dawn, carrying with it not only hopes for discovery and wealth, but also the precious cargo of wonder and reverence that is the true treasure of any journey into the unknown. Our Viking tale has now concluded. You will now hear the peaceful sounds of a crackling fire and gentle ambient noises that will continue throughout the night without any interruptions, helping you drift into a deep and restful sleep. May the stars of the northern sky watch over you, and may you find peaceful rest until the morning light. Sleep well, and good night.